The Committee of the Whole meeting for November 4th, 2025 is hereby called to order at 5:02 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Barrero.
Present.
Alderwoman Garza.
Present.
Alderman Masiacos.
Present.
Alderman Nunez.
Present.
Alderman Franco.
Here.
Alderman Seville.
Here.
Alderman Benuelos.
Here.
Alderwoman Smith.
Here.
Alderman Bug.
Here.
Alderwoman Bade.
Here.
Alderman Larson.
Here.
Alderman White.
Here.
And Mayor Lash is present.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of Tuesday, October 21st, 2025.
So
Committee
moved.
of the Whole meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting as presented? A motion was made by Alderwoman Garza, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries by voice vote. Next, we'll have a very brief mayor's presentation. Take it away, John.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Well, business continues to boom in Aurora. We celebrated the grand openings last week of TerraCycle and Mish Big Taco. That's located in downtown Aurora off of Broadway. TerraCycle also received some great media coverage about the work they're doing to recycle the nearly unrecyclable. It's one of the only plants in the entire country based right here in Aurora. They got some great media coverage, so let's take a look and see what was covered on ABC 7.
Recycling the nearly unrecyclable is not a futuristic idea. That's thanks to innovation happening right now in the western suburbs that could help Chicagoland reduce waste. Plastic and aluminized chip bags. Tens of thousands of contact blister packs. Used bath products, cosmetics, children's toys, even cigarette butts, all packed into a 140,000 square foot facility in Aurora. You name it, TerraCycle is working to recycle and reuse what was once thought of as unrecyclable. While there are companies focused on recycling single products, for example, recycling just batteries or only cosmetic products, TerraCycle claims it is the only company working to recycle hundreds of waste streams.
TerraCycle now, across 20 countries, is focused on how do we eliminate the idea of waste.
Tom Zaki is the CEO of the recycling company working to take what would normally be landfill waste and bring it back to the consumer ecosystem. The money to do it comes through brand underwriting, corporate and municipal partnerships, and paid consumer programs. TerraCycle gets about 800 to 1,000 of these boxes delivered to this facility in Aurora every single day, full of items that would normally end up in a landfill but can be recycled, like these used coffee pods and so much more.
Dirty diaper recycling or cigarette butt recycling, the cost of collecting this and transforming that into new materials way outweighs the value of those materials. So the solution is we have to get folks to pay for it.
The need for a more circular, ideally zero waste system is here. According to data from the city of Chicago, in 2022, city households only recycled 9.1% of the nearly 878,000 tons of waste that year. For suburban Cook County in 2022, households recycled just 18% of the over 1 million tons of waste. Here in Aurora, TerraCycle's largest single hub takes in waste from all over the country to be weighed, scanned, and sorted before being sent to facilities to turn these items into their most basic components: crushing, sanitizing, melting down, and repurposing plastics and polymers, fibers, paper-based pulps, alloys, and other metals.
When you see a bale like this, I mean, what goes through your mind? Because where would this end up if it wasn't here at TerraCycle?
Both looking at this bale and looking up around our facility, all this material would have ended up in the landfill if we were not here. So to see that mark and that impact that we're making is just so satisfying.
Bharat Tasatu is TerraCycle's Senior Director of North American Operations.
Chip wrappers, chopping bags, anything what we call as mixed flexible plastic is our #1 stream that we get here.
Zaki calling on buyers to vote for the environment with their dollars.
How do we help waste have a better solution than what you have today? So at minimum, if you're going to buy an object, let's make sure that you can recycle it. But then let's also maybe rethink how the object is made and maybe even how you consume it so that the idea of garbage disappears.
There are completely free programs you can participate in by going to TerraCycle.com that are underwritten by agreements with brands. And the company just opened a drop-off hub in South Suburban Cook County, South Holland.
Thank you again to TerraCycle. Give them a round of applause for their great work here in the city of Aurora. Choosing to come to Aurora, and we're so glad to have them here at the former Henry Pratt building over off of Highland Avenue. Couple of other news and notes before we conclude the report. The Gifts from Home program will continue through Monday. Residents can bring joy to active duty military members from Aurora by giving them a special care package that includes a gift and a personalized card from Mayor John Lash. You can send in your submissions through next Monday at aurora.il.us/giftsfromhome. And finally, next Tuesday, the Veterans Day Parade comes to downtown Aurora. Up to 20 units are going to be on display. Special guest speaker Scott Hellinger is going to speak as well. It's going to be another must-see parade here in the downtown. The parade will step off at 10:15 in the morning at the corner of Downer Place and Water Street, and the guest speaker ceremony will take place right around 10:45. So we hope to see you out there. It's going to be another great time here in downtown Aurora, and we appreciate all of you being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Very excited to participate in the ribbon cutting at TerraCycle, very innovative company that's bringing about 50 jobs to the city of Aurora, everything from the shop floor to their offices, and it's an excellent repurposing use of the Henry Pratt building. So very excited to see them, and hopefully we'll have some participation from the audience on Veterans Day. Next, we'll move to public comment. I know we probably have a lot of people signed up. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the rules for public comment, but before I do, I know we have an overflow room upstairs, and if you signed up to offer public comment but you're upstairs, we do have a little bit of room on the second floor, and you're welcome to come down if you wanted to make public comment. With that being said, I'll ask the clerk to please read the rules for public comment.
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, all persons shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the council. Under our rules, any person may address the committee of the whole for up to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes allotted for all public comment. No person, other than the timekeeper or the chair for the purpose of maintaining order, may interrupt a person recognized for public comment during his or her comments. Members of the Committee of the Whole shall not engage with nor respond to a speaker during the time set aside for public comment. Staff is directed to follow up with members of the public with respect to any concerns raised during public comment within the scope of the city's authority following the adjournment of this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please read the name of the first person wishing to offer public comment?
Pat Fish.
So you can take either side. Both microphones work. When I say go, you'll have 3 minutes. Please feel free to adjust the microphone. This goes for all the speakers that intend to come before the council this evening. Welcome, Mr. Fish. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Pastor Patrick Fish. I'm actually going to refrain, so I'm going to let my sister so that we're not double, but you will hear from Madam Director, and she is the one that's leading our efforts on the warming shelter center that we're presenting here today.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Annie Fish.
Welcome, Ms. Fish. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Annie Fish, and I would be this year's 2025-2026 Shelter Director for the Warming Center. I come to you tonight not with a complaint, but with an invitation to sit with our unhoused neighbors, not in a service to kind of way, but in a neighbors with kind of way. Until we do that, we keep missing the truth. We are more alike than different. When you walk a block side by side, when you sit beside someone who carries their entire life in a backpack, you begin to understand that their dreams are not that different from your own. When you listen to your neighbors talk about their loved ones, you are reminded that joy doesn't need an address to be real. Too often, conversations about homelessness are filled with fear, blame, and distance. Fear fades when names are learned. Blame softens when we begin to see faces instead of categories. Distance closes when we dare to share time and space together. What I have learned is that caring for one another is not just a responsibility, it is joy. It is the kind of joy that surprises you on a random Tuesday. And I believe our whole city should have that kind of joy together because our neighbors are already contributors to this city. They are a part of the heartbeat of Aurora. The question is whether we will welcome them as such. My invitation is simple. Come spend time with your neighbors. Learn their names. They're not a problem to solve. They are your people. They're your neighbors, and they deserve love, affirmation, and safety. Becoming is a church community that responds directly to the social needs our city and surrounding cities face on the coldest nights of the year. Last year, we helped make the winter warming shelter happen as co-sponsors in the process with Wesley United Methodist Church. This year, we are stepping in again. When year-round shelters are full, we're the only option left. There are no other options. Without this shelter, people will unfortunately die. This is life-saving work. We know what it costs. Our budget is precise and calculated to ensure that every dollar is spent to provide safety and dignity. We've raised funds privately, and we will continue to do so that this burden is not only held by the city, but we cannot do this alone. We are asking the city to help fund this shelter. This is not a handout. This is a solution. The question is not whether people will be unsheltered. The question is whether we will be here to join the solution. We can fund emergency shelters, or we can fund jails and emergency rooms. Everyone deserves safety and shelter. No one is disposable. The people we serve are sacred and holy, and they are worth everything because they are human. We belong to one another. This is about saving lives in the coldest months, but it is also about building trust that helps people move into stability. At Becoming, we do not just believe in housing first. We believe in human dignity first.
Ms. Fish, your 3 minutes has expired.
Is done?
Yep, your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
For the rest of the speakers, you're going to have 3 minutes. Because we have so many people, I'm going to have to cut you off, not to be rude, but that's just the process that we use. And once again, I would also ask that any statements are directed at the council and myself, but not to address any staff. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Laura Baker.
Good evening.
Welcome,
I am
Ms.
Lori
You have
Baker.
3 minutes beginning now.
I'm the president and CEO of the Association for Individual Development. We're a large not-for-profit, and that's housed here in Aurora, and we have some services that make a direct impact on the homeless issue that we're talking about today. We have mental health services, we have a street outreach team, and we have mobile crisis response that is available to respond if any business owner or anyone has any issues during daytime or nighttime, 24 hours a day at 630-966-9393. That's a great resource for people. You know, homelessness is a housing issue. It's not a personal issue, and there's a continuum of housing in any of our communities that is lower rent housing, higher rent housing, home ownership, and the rocketing housing costs that have happened over the past few years have left people stuck in each one of those spaces and unable to move on, which means that we're seeing more and more people experience homelessness. And when you're forced to live outside, any of us do what we have to do to survive. That means we're going to try to get warm, going into front stoops, vestibules, stairwells, and guess what? Your bodily functions don't turn off whenever you experience homelessness, so you have to figure out somewhere to go to the bathroom, all while trying to keep your dignity and not get arrested. When we force people to live outside, we force them to behave like animals, which is not what we want to do as a city. We need short-term and long-term solutions for homelessness, so I ask you to approve the warming shelter plan, which is the short-term plan to ensure people are safe throughout this winter season, but we also have to look at affordable housing and supportive housing because this situation will not get any better. It's going to continue to get worse because I don't know if you all read the rents, but it's incredibly expensive to live in the world today. And just to show how these all the things that are on your list tonight kind of intertwine. Our street outreach team reports that we have had 3 of our unhoused participants picked up by ICE because when you have nowhere to live, you have nowhere to also be safe from someone coming and swooping you up at any moment or any time. And we believe about 20% of the people that we serve that are unhoused in Aurora are immigrants or refugees. So all of these issues make for a compassionate Aurora, so we ask for you to have ice-free zones and fund the warming shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Sunnight.
Welcome, Sunny. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Okay, thank you. Why are you accusing Aurora Police Department? They are on the wrong side of history. It is a job of police officers to protect residents and ensure the safety and securing their property. The mayor of Aurora doesn't know the job of description of police officers. You want to defend the police. Why are you the only one getting police protection in this city hall? Why is she standing there? Why is the police car parked outside City Hall? Who are they protecting? So stop using police protection. You are always undermining their job. The police department lost 60 full-time jobs, and 11 police officers lost their job. Why are you getting a police protection? You are the problem to the city of Aurora. Within the 7 months being in the office, you slashed down Paramount budget that led to the cancellation of its popular, critical, acclaimed, bold series. You refused to honor June 10th ceremony. You refused to acknowledge 400 years of slavery, insulting the Black community. June 10th recognized the end of slavery. Now you're trying to tell us ICE is unconstitutional. You refuse to acknowledge a federal holiday that ended slavery. You are the one who's unconstitutional. We told the fire chief to raise the flag, putting them against the President Trump order and the Governor Pritzker order. When the order was to lower the flag, you have to lower the flag. Now you have to lower the flag for Vice President Cheney, who is a Republican, and he's controversial. So you don't get to decide when to lower the flags. Also, I wanted to know why the city of Aurora posted a farewell celebration tree. It is a Christmas tree. It is a Christian holiday. Christmas is a Christian holiday to celebrate Jesus Christ. You just don't want to admit that. The city should post farewell Christmas tree. You are insulting the Christian community in Aurora.
Thank you, Sunya. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Joe Jackson.
Welcome, Mr. Jackson. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I'm Joe Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of Hesed House here in Aurora. When I was here during the Finance Committee meeting last week, the pushback on the warming center's then location was it was too close to businesses, and homelessness is detrimental to local businesses. Here's the thing. I'm not going to argue against that. In fact, I don't think there's anything in this world that is better because homelessness and poverty exists. Now I'm coming to understand that the warming center, despite finding a new location that is not downtown, is seeing pushback due to the budgeted costs of the warming center. My only and very respectful pushback on that is, you have already said that homelessness, particularly unsheltered homelessness, is detrimental to local businesses. If this warming center does not go through, unsheltered homelessness is going to continue, and people will not have a place to go at night. So where will they go? Probably downtown, where they are already. And those words are from business owners who spoke to me last week. They'll go there because they won't have any other place to go. Shelters across the state and country, including here in Aurora, Hesed House, are full. So going simply by the arguments that have been made in previous meetings, a lack of investment in this warming center is then a lack of investment in local businesses. So what is the cost to local businesses? Some have said that if they don't have a good holiday season, they might be forced to close their doors. I wonder how much tax revenue we'll lose from lost sales and/or these businesses closing. What is the cost to local hospitals and emergency rooms? We've been told in the past that it can cost hospitals up to $5,000 a night for an unsheltered person to be in the emergency room overnight because they can't pay themselves and they don't have insurance to reimburse the hospital. What's the cost to community and social services and emergency services? Think about things like increased ambulance rides, police calls, etc. And most importantly, more important than anything else, what is the cost to humanity, to our neighbors? What's the cost of a human life? What's the cost of losing a limb or an appendage due to frostbite? Because both of those things have happened in years when Hesed House has been at capacity and people have been forced to be unsheltered on the streets. I can promise you that if you add up all of those things, all of those costs, the cost of running this emergency winter warming center will be negligible in comparison. Not to mention, it will actually help address this issue and service gap in the short term and buy time for elected officials to invest in long-term solutions to the homelessness and affordable housing crisis we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Matt Fogarty.
Welcome, Mr. Fogarty. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you, Council. My name is Matt Fogarty. I am a resident here and I'm the founder of Cherry Willow Apparel. We are a nonprofit organization that was founded to use apparel as a form of advocacy for people experiencing homelessness. Whenever I have an opportunity to speak with people about homelessness, I like to frame it through the lens of trauma. So I'm going to ask the Council to reflect on something traumatic that you or a loved one has experienced. Now, as you're reflecting, think about how you felt in that moment. What did you need to support you? What would you do if you had no support, if you had no shelter, if you were uncertain? And then not only to not have that support, to hear that people are advocating that it's not worth supporting, that these people are not worth investing in. That is a reality that the people experiencing homelessness in this community face. That's only going to continue to get worse if we don't come together as a community and build systems to support these individuals so they can empower themselves and improve their situations. I'm here to advocate for the funding of the warming shelter and just to encourage you all to empathize a little bit more with the people that homelessness affects. Homelessness is not only a housing issue, it's a health issue. Our unhoused neighbors statistically die 24 years younger than someone that is in housing. These things are, when we come together as a community, that's what we need to recognize, that housing is healthcare. There's a very famous story by Malcolm Gladwell called $1 Million Murray. This was in Reno, Nevada in 2006, and there was an unhoused individual named Murray. And all of the local emergency room staff, they were very familiar with him. He was jovial, maybe he was struggling with some addiction issues, but he would be treated very frequently. At the end of the year, they totaled up the amount of money that was invested in Mr. Murray continuing to be unhoused, and it came out to $1 million. And that was in 2006. It's 2025, $1 million, that's probably $2.5 million now. So I just would urge you to consider that investing in these people and investing in a safe place is investing in the community as a whole and benefits not only our unhoused neighbors, but also benefits everyone here on the council and in the city at large. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fogarty. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Cynthia Serna.
Is there a Cynthia Serna? Welcome, Ms. Serna. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you all for letting me speak in front of you today. I'm not going to lie, I've been trying and struggling really hard to decide what it is that it will take to convince all of you guys that we need this warming center to be passed. We need to protect the unhoused people. These are just regular, normal people, and I don't understand how to get that through your guys' head to understand how serious it is. These are impacting your wards. I mean, Seville, I'm in your ward. I'm a Ward 6 resident, and I have never seen you aside from in these events. And I know that people in your ward are on the streets. Will, you and I, we're in the same neighborhood. You know that if I'm driving and seeing all these unhoused people, I know you are too. I can go to Nunez. I know that your ward is also impacted by the unhoused community. Franco, I know you're also impacted. Juani, you're also impacted. Everyone up here has faced immigration. Everyone has a story of, oh, my parents were immigrants. We're talking about people's lives. If we don't act now, people will die. Like, that is just the simple fact. People are going to continue to die. We are doing things as community members to support these people. I myself am a very big active community member in Aurora. I volunteer with Aurora Mutual Aid. I'm one of the board members. I also help with the Aurora Rapid Response Team. I've also worked part-time with the Warming Center as well. Every person who's unhoused who walked through the doors of the warming center faced me. I had to welcome them in. I had to introduce myself and let them know they were safe to be there. I'm just a regular resident. I'm a normal person. I'm trying to go to school to get an education. I have homework piling up, but I have to be here to convince you guys to care. Just to care about these people. Imagine making one choice and then your whole life just changing. And now you're homeless. All of us in this room are likely to be homeless before we are to be millionaires, let alone billionaires. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about human beings. If it's not your neighbor, I mean, literally, they're attacking people, they're stealing people. I mean, this is affecting everything. I see police terrorizing people. I don't see them helping. I see them going to the unhoused people, probably arresting them. Where else are they supposed to go? They're unhoused. They don't have a house. So what I'm asking is for you to please pass the anti-ice ordinance, as well as please approve the warming center proposal that was being sent to you guys. And please ensure that everyone continues to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cerna. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Shannon Buckley.
Welcome, Ms. Buckley. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Buckley, 4th Ward resident, member of Aurora Rapid Response Team, and on the board of Aurora Mutual Aid. Since last Tuesday's council meeting, we have had at least 15 community members abducted by ICE that I can recall and that we know of. The abductions continue to be more violent and more secretive, and as the families left behind try to navigate the court systems that were built to work against them, as a community, we stand here in solidarity to do what we can to support them. Between households losing their loved ones and therefore incomes because of ICE, and the stoppage of some SNAP payments to struggling families, we are facing a crisis in our community. Not only are we about to see more families not be able to put food on the table as we head into the holidays, we're also about to see more people and more families not be able to pay their rents and mortgages. Hesed House and other community partners have been wonderful support and resource for many in our community, but they have been pushed to their limits for years. Our city can no longer force them to be the only provider of shelter for those in need. Last winter, I volunteered at the warming center at Wesley, and there were multiple families we had to turn away due to our center being adults only and Hesed not having enough room or restrictions in place. Between Wesley and many of us volunteers, we were able to scrape together some funds to provide hotel stays for families who couldn't stay with us. From a personal standpoint, I always try to support our downtown and local businesses, but with the cost of everything going up for my own household, I will have to choose this year where my extra income goes, and I will always choose the most vulnerable in our city. We need our city to invest in the safety of our residents by passing both an anti-ICE ordinance to deter more abductions and pass the full funding package for the community warming center to make sure our residents struggling with housing issues, whether they stay with us or not, don't freeze to death this winter. Homelessness is not an issue that just affects one group of people, it affects all of us. After this funding is passed, I hope this council will also continue to support evidence-based housing first projects that will make a positive impact for every single resident in Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Guillermo Rodriguez.
Is there a Guillermo Rodriguez? Either upstairs or here on the second floor? Guillermo Rodriguez? Okay, there's no Guillermo Rodriguez. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Lindsay Hartman.
Welcome, Ms. Hartman. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Hartman, and I am the Street Outreach Manager for AID. Street Outreach is a team of people that works with people who are homeless in Kane County. specifically those folks who are unsheltered, which means they do not stay at Hesed, Lazarus House, or Pads of Elgin. My team works 6 days a week outreaching to folks who live outside. We meet them where they're at physically and emotionally. We help them with their case management needs, make sure they've eaten, seen a doctor, are warm enough, hydrated enough, and heard that they are loved. We've been working in Aurora for years. We personally know most of the clients who will be using this warming shelter. They live here, they sleep here, and they are Aurorans. I outreach these streets. They are already downtown. We are bringing services to the places where people are, not the other way around. I think that sometimes people think that folks who live outside are just transient and don't do anything to help themselves, and they are seen as lazy. They're definitely not considered neighbors. I'm here to tell you that is not that story. That is not the story. They work incredibly hard to make small ends meet. They want their IDs and their SNAP cards. They are dying, sometimes literally, to see a doctor, but can't make an appointment without a phone or get there. They don't want to deal with the court systems by themselves. They miss their family, but are ashamed of their circumstances. They need help, and my team does the best we can to provide it. Every day, my team builds connections with the folks that others walk by, the ones that people are scared of, who think will negatively affect their businesses, the ones that people are always trying to just move to a different area. We walk next to them through the hard stuff. We navigate trauma, hunger, sickness, mental illness, physical pain with them. When they die, when they freeze to death or get cancer or hit by a car, we mourn them. We attend and sometimes even throw their funerals. I have planned end-of-life care. We tell them we love them every single chance we can. These are not nobodies. We care about them, and we get the honor of knowing their stories. I could tell you about the benefits of the warming shelter, how having better access to folks greatly improves their chances of streamlined case management, which leads to housing access rather than trying to track them down wherever they tucked themselves in for the night. But instead, I will just remind you that these are people, these are humans who I love with my whole self and would do anything for. They matter, they have value, and they deserve warmth and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Yvette Robles.
Good evening, Ms. Robles. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Yep. So I am Yvette Robles. That was my manager. I am Street Outreach Case Manager Lead with AID. I have been working with the unsheltered community here in Aurora for almost 4 years. I am also here to remind you, this warming shelter is for human beings. Human beings like your grandparents, your children, your friends, your neighbors, you, and me. I've had clients from the ages of 18 to the ages of 75 who have nowhere to go. Winters are definitely the hardest. I am in the field 5 days a week, in and out of my car, outreaching in the streets. When the temperatures drop below freezing, I get to go home. I leave them outside. I walk away with the fear that this could be the last time I see a client or that someone will lose another limb because of frostbite, which has all happened. Thanks to the warming shelter last year, I was able to know that my clients survived another night. Not only are my clients being criminalized for being homeless, now they're also being targeted for the color of their skin. 3 of my clients have already been abducted by ICE. I say with honor, no one knows these individuals better than I do, and they deserve a warm place to lay their heads at night. My clients are a part of the Aurora community, and if we really care about protecting our community, this warming shelter can do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robles. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Michelle Curiel.
Welcome, Ms. Curiel. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Michelle Curiel. I'm a resident here in downtown Aurora. I was on staff at Wesley UMC as well as a volunteer helping guests in the Emergency Warming Center in both 2023 and 2024. As someone who lives in the heart of downtown, I can offer perspective as a direct neighbor who supports the Warming Center. I have heard some local small businesses and neighbors speak about the downtown area as becoming, and I quote, more appealing and more beautified, but I struggle to understand what they mean. Ribbon cuttings, photo ops, and luxury living make our city a destination, not a home to its residents, and make downtown inaccessible to the people who live here. For those who have raised concerns about safety, if the Warming Center is here in downtown Aurora, your narrative seeps toxicity into the foundation of our community. Our unhoused neighbors are not dangerous. They are here, they have always been here, and we are simply asking you to acknowledge, care, and treat people of our community with respect and dignity. I've lived in downtown Aurora for years and have never once felt unsafe. I want to live in a city that cares for all of its community, including our most vulnerable unhoused populations. Opening the Warming Center shouldn't be a conversation of whether we should care for our community, but how we can care for our community in the best way possible. The Warming Center at Wesley UMC kept people warm on bitter nights, fed people, equipped our guests with essential items to survive outside. We got to know people by name, connected them to resources. We laughed together. We simply were treating humans with dignity and care. The volunteers were available and ready. The community gathered goods and foods, and our guests were able to breathe and sleep in comfort. The Warming Center offers our unhoused community a connection to sustainable resources, a sound mindset when basic needs and a warm shelter and food are met, and a connection to belonging. The Warming Center needs to be where the people are in downtown Aurora, to be accessible and hospitable because our unhoused neighbors are indeed our neighbors. Let us be a city that fully embodies Aurora Strong by showing compassion, care, and partnership with its true community. Please approve the Warming Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Curiel, Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer a public comment?
Joe Lusk.
Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Lusk. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Mayor, City Council, people. I'm speaking on behalf of the 6th gaming machine. This is a little bit different from the other people. My name is Joe Lusk, president of the Luxies Club on 416 High Street in Aurora. We've been in business for 108 years, struggling to stay open. We are a private club serving food and beverage, and we are a small business that count on the machines to pay our bills. Luxies pays approximately $4,000 a year in license, plus another $5,000 in food and beverage tax. We sponsor boys baseball, Marie Wilkinson, Mutual Ground, and others. Luxies is open in public Tuesday for bingo, Wednesday for pizza night, Friday fish fry, Sunday for the bears, and once a month for breakfast, which is this Sunday. Everybody's invited. The 6th machine will help us pay the bills. The city has several locations that are not licensed with 5 or more machines. And who checks these machines out? The city is losing revenue. This could be one way to generate more revenue for different projects. It could be as much as $1,000 a year as being overlooked. The expansion of the 6th machine could generate approximately $150,000 income of their share of the state and licensing fees. This would not add to the addiction to gambling, in my belief. I worked for Hollywood 13 years. The people that go to the private clubs and small businesses, they are a different type of gambler. They like a relaxed atmosphere where they can bring their children and feel comfortable. The people do not usually go to Hollywood to do this gambling and take their kids. There is still an issue of how the license on the machines are done. The state law a few years ago was changed, and all of the costs has to be split 50-50. City right now, through their building, are not following the state gaming rules. Please vote as a yes for the 6th machine. Help the small business and help the community make Aurora strong again. Go Bears!
Thank you, Mr. Lusk. So we have a limit of 30 minutes. The attorney has made me aware that we've reached the 30-minute limit for public comment. Unless there's a motion to extend public comment, we would like to move to the next committee reports.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules of public comment to allow the rest of the speakers to finish.
Second that.
There's been a motion made to extend the public comment period by Alderman Larson, seconded by Alderman Nunez. Discussion? Alderwoman Smith.
Can we find out how many additional speakers there are? But that wasn't my question.
If you give the clerk just a minute, she'll get that number for you.
There are 23 more speakers.
So I guess the conversation we need to have here is that if there are 23 more, that's going to be, we just went through, what, 12? So we're going to at least probably triple the time. Are these same people signed up for public comment in the next meeting? Because we do need to make some decisions on what we're going to do for the next meeting and the necessity of hearing the same public comments over again. Discussion?
So to answer your question, we can probably take a little bit of time between meetings to determine who has or hasn't. We cannot restrict public comment if they've signed up and they're in the first 30 minutes during the city council meeting. I don't know if that answers your question, but we can probably between meetings have the clerk do some analysis of.
And I understand we can't restrict, but if we've got people that are signed up for the next meeting and they're part of that 23, we absolutely want to hear from everybody. That is not the issue here. It's just the need to hear from everyone twice and making it as smooth and organized for all of us. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Alderman Bug, did you have a comment?
No, I'll wait for a response to Alderwoman Smith's comment.
Well, but we're going to have to do some analysis in between to see, and certainly we can ask the public if they've made a comment in the first meeting, the committee of the whole meeting, to withdraw their name for the second if they're making the same point on the same agenda item.
That would be fair.
Fair. Thank you. Alderman Bug?
Do we have any speakers yet for City Council?
Alderman Bug, we do have many speakers already registered for City Council, but the sign-in sheet is still on the table because we have to leave it there until the meeting begins. But I did analyze and compare the sign-in sheets yesterday, and there were many of the same people registered for both meetings to speak, but there were also some that were just registered for one or the other.
One thing we could do is ask the public if you've already spoken in the committee of the whole meeting and you don't feel like you need to make a second round of points in the city council meeting, if you wanted to remove your name from the city council speakers list, you're welcome to do so to help expedite and give everybody a chance to speak.
Mr. Mayor.
Were you done, Alderman Bug?
No, I mean, we need to try and get a feel on how many people, so we need to take a look at the sheet, see how many people are already signed up for City Council. We have 23 more for this meeting, so we need to find out what we have.
Alderman Franco.
So what we have done in the past with a number of speakers is that we had asked them if they are, in a specific topic, because we have two specific topics tonight, if they are in favor of the speakers that were talking about the ICE ordinance and the shelter, to raise their hands so we can see that there's a lot of people that are supporting that. And that kind of helps us, so we know that, all right, we've already said 10 speakers, but there's 20 more out there that are with them, and then we have a feel for what the community wants. Because there's a lot of redundancy there, but they're going to show their support and volume. This gives us an opportunity to see the volume of it, not necessarily the same speech over and over. So that might be a way to mitigate it also.
Thank you, Alderman Franco. Anybody else discussion on the motions made by Alderman Larson, second by Alderman Nunez? Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to take a minute and go through.
So there are 35 registered speakers for the city council meeting. It will take me a bit if you need me to compare and give you numbers, but I know that they're not all the same speakers, but many are.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman White?
Yeah, so we have city council meetings once a month and committee of the whole once a month and or twice a month. I apologize, you're right. And rarely do we have the show up of the community that we have at these last events. So personally, if someone wants to speak at the committee of the whole and city council, and it does extend city council, I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Alderman White. Any others on the motion that is before the council to extend the public comment period? Okay. So we didn't get a detailed analysis. What I will ask the crowd to do is, for those who wish to offer public comment, if you've already spoken and wish to remove your name from the city council if you intended to speak on the same agenda item that you've already spoken about. That would certainly help the council and help move the discussion along, which I know everybody wants to see a discussion on some of these items that you came here to speak about and to see the council vote on those items. Secondly, I will ask if the public does want to express their support for the funding for the warming center by simply raising your hand. You can do so right now. Is there anybody, please put your hands down, is there anybody that would like to express opposition and wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, we have one person. On the issue of the ICE limitations and not conducting immigration raids on city property, if you are here to speak in support, would you please raise your hand? Anybody here to speak in opposition, please lower your hands, and anybody to speak in opposition. So we do have some sense of what the community's here. I will also ask, is Tony Martinez, do we have anybody upstairs? If you could just come to the podium and let us know if we have anybody in the upstairs area, the overflow room. Is Tony here? John Zagul. I'm going to ask that, okay. Nick, can you please go upstairs and look and see if we have anybody upstairs that wishes to be heard? Thank you, Tony. So nobody is upstairs. If you're standing and you want a seat, it's going to be a long meeting. There is an overflow room on the 5th floor, and our staff would be happy to show you the way. There is a television up there and audio so you can hear it. If you want to speak tonight and you're on the list, probably remain in the council chambers. Okay, any more discussion items on this topic? Or this motion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Alderman Benuelos.
I have a prior engagement at 7:30. I would like to request that we move the new business forward so I can vote on it.
So there's currently a motion on the table to extend the public comment period. Okay. If you wanted to make a motion following the results of that motion, we can do so.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Alderwoman Smith.
We've never done it in this chamber before. Is it possible to move on to business and extend the public comment at the end of this meeting as an alternative, so that we can, perhaps we can move forward and with what we have to do here, and then those who want to speak can wait until the end of the meeting to give their public comment before we break before our next meeting. It's just another option of what we can do to help.
It is perfectly legal to do that. Some councils have 2 public comment periods. I'll let legal weigh in just to answer your question more directly.
Thank you.
It's perfectly fine to do that if you want to amend the motion to suggest that, or then you can do it,
Alderman
but-
Larson, if that was what you would agree to, would need to amend that motion.
Well, or call for a vote on this and entertain a second motion, however you want to do it.
I guess a question about that, would we stop public comment now, do new business, and then allow more public comment to get through that?
So typically, the rest of the public comments just push to the end of the meeting. So that way, we get through the city council's business, and then we can hear the rest of the public comment before moving on to the executive session.
I would suggest if we're going to entertain that motion, we look at putting it after new business and before closed session. That would make the most sense to me if we were to entertain that motion. But currently, your motion, and it's been seconded, is on the table, so I don't know what you want to do with that.
Yeah, well, my thoughts are if the public is okay with it, we are going to be discussing new business here in this meeting, and then in the city council meeting later, that's when the vote is actually going to be cast. So if there's no public opposition, I would be willing to amend my motion to allow Alderman Banuelos to weigh in on new business.
Would you like to just withdraw your motion and let a second motion take the place?
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Nunez, would be willing to withdraw your second, or did you want to see this continue so everybody can speak?
I'd like to hear everyone speak.
But we're not cutting them
I
off.
think there's a message that needs to be heard. I understand, and I understand your schedule in that. You addressed the crowd earlier and said if there was anyone that was going to repeat the same message at City Council to take that into consiration. So I would ask the rest of the speakers.
If you allow me to do that.
What was that?
If you allow me to do that, I'll direct the crowd. Yeah. Thank you.
And as I was saying, if you would consider that as we weigh all this in so everyone can be heard, I appreciate that.
So Alderman Larson asked that we weigh public opinion. There's 2 items being discussed under this motion to extend public comment. One is to extend the public comment now, and the second is to move public comment to the after new business. So if you're in the audience and you came to speak tonight and you would like to see public comment extended now, please raise your hand. Okay, if you lower your hands. If you are here to speak tonight and have not yet had the opportunity to speak and you would be okay with us moving public comment to after new business, please raise your hand. Well, the city council has seen it's pretty close. It looks like a few more people would rather speak now. So that is the information that we have. Any other discussion on, well, the motion has been withdrawn. So if there's the person making the second has not withdrawn their second, but there's no motion on the table.
Are you, Mayor?
There's no motion. Alderman Mesiacos.
Is there an opportunity to back up Alderman Nunez's second?
There's currently no motion. If you'd like to begin and make a new motion.
It sounds like Alderman Nunez wants to keep it. It's his motion.
Well, if anybody's willing to make a motion in a second.
I would second the motion for Alderman Nunez.
I will reinstate my motion if I can do that.
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. So first of all, the motion's been withdrawn. I'm going to just let legal explain it so we don't get into any trouble here.
So I guess my confusion is Alderman Nunez, are you, do you want to keep your second or keep the motion alive? Okay, then he becomes the movement, and then he needs a second. So
okay.
I'll second the motion.
So the original motion then was to extend public comment to hear the remaining people who have signed up to speak tonight for the COW meeting, and Alderman Mesiacos has now seconded that motion. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to please, hold on, Alderman Bug.
Thank you. So for the chair and for our commenters, The suggestion of possibly moving public comment, the rest of public comment, to the end of the meeting will afford you, oh, that's very nice.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. That will afford you the opportunity to hear the full presentation on these matters before your public comment. It will probably answer a lot of your questions if you have any. Both presentations are very informative. I've sat through them multiple times. So please take that into consideration, that during our meeting, you're going to gain a lot of knowledge about these two items. And it will probably change maybe the fact that you want to give a public comment or what you say during your public comment.
Thank you, Alderman Bug. Any other discussion on this item before we move to a roll call vote? Alderman Franco.
I would agree with Alderman Bug, because sometimes the questions might be answered. You may be very happy with this way things are going to go, so it might be a moot point, because if you're for it and you see we're for it, it kind of puts, it mitigates what you need to say because we're already on board with it. So I think Alderman Bug's got a good point there, that it may not be necessary after you hear us talk to see which way we're going with this. It might just be better.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. Anybody have any further discussion on this motion? If not, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Can I ask real quick? Is that
Alderman Franco.
So
So the current motion and second on the table is to move forward with public comment to get through the entire list, which is 23 people, before the rest of the agenda. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Barrero,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Masiacos,
Yes.
Nunez,
Yes.
Franco,
yes.
Seville,
Yes.
Benuelos,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Bug,
No.
Fade,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Okay, so the city council will continue to hear public comment until all 23 remaining members who wish to offer public comment have had an opportunity to do so. Madam Clerk, have we returned the list to the table? Okay, so if anybody has already spoken and wants to remove their name from the city council, they have probably a good hour before we get there. And I'll ask the clerk to please call the name of the next person who wishes to offer public comment.
Lori Watts,
Welcome,
Hello.
Ms. Watts. You have
Thank
3 minutes
you.
beginning now.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing us. I know you must be tired. I just thought I'd give you a little background on who these people are that we're talking about. My name's Lori Watts, and I'm a clinical social worker, and I've been working with the unhoused for a number of years, and it's been one of the joys of my life. And what I want to say is some of these people just don't have a safety net. It's just different from you and I. It's not that they are all mentally ill. In fact, for a pretty small portion of the homeless are mentally ill. Only about 25 to 30% have any serious mental health problems. And in fact, being homeless or unhoused causes mental health issues like depression and suicidal ideation. The number one reason people don't have a house is because they're poor. I mean, that's not surprising. Sometimes it's domestic abuse. People are running from abusive partners and hiding out. They just leave with the clothes on their back. But they don't have family or friends around that can just give them that extra boost. I have somebody living with me now whose husband abandoned her and her 2 children. One of them is severely handicapped, disabled. Had it not been for the safety net, she'd be out there right now with those kids. So that's kind of the reality of it. These guys they would like to work. Sometimes it's hard to even put on an application because you don't have a house, you don't have a place, you don't have an address. And it's hard to keep a job when you're constantly moving, trying to find a place to sleep. It's exhausting from what I hear, being unhoused. Constantly trying to find where your next food is going to be, where you're going to lay down. And you know that not every job gives a living wage. And the cost of rent is just incredible. The person living with me could never afford what's out there and her 2 kids. Now, why a warming center? Well, it's a basic human right. I had someone tell me before, and this broke my heart. He said, "Oh, I just want a place where I can take off my shoes." And I thought, oh my gosh, I never even thought of that. These people go for weeks and weeks and not able to relax or take off their shoes. And hypothermia begins at 36 degrees wind chill. I mean, that's serious. People do die from this. So I guess there's an opportunity tonight, and I'm kind of excited about it because this is something to be proud of. If you pass this, you will really, really be the city of lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watts. As more and more people come in, I just want to remind you that we do have a upstairs overflow area if you want to have a seat. And if any members of the council need to take a recess, please let me know. Madam Clerk, and I'm also just going to ask if we can stop clapping just so we can move this along a little bit and move through the speakers. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Bill Powell.
I'm going to pass on to the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Will the clerk please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Bill Kubal.
Welcome, Mr. Kubal.
Hi, good evening.
You have 3 minutes beginning now.
I won't take a lot of your time, but I kind of have a unique perspective. I provide technical assistance to cities and counties across the country to provide homeless services and things of that nature. And I know I saw a lot of you at the Building or Beyond the Bridge show at Aurora University. It was so heartwarming to see a lot of the city leadership there. It was great. And just to repeat what the last speaker said, there is a real opportunity here with your leadership to do something wonderful and to potentially solve homelessness. It is possible. It's very doable, but we need to take actions like supporting the Warming Center to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubal. Will the clerk please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Shelley Massey.
Welcome, Ms. Massey. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening. I think we should take a moment and pause. This is a moment in history, a moment we may not forget, but have the power to change. A time when a group of people can decide who deserves life, shelter, food, and who does not. We all hold that power of a basic human right. My name is Shelley Massey. I'm a longtime resident and community member of Aurora. I have had the privilege of working within the community mental health for over 25 years. Throughout my career in residential, inpatient, outpatient, private providers, and nonprofits, I have seen firsthand the care and compassion that Aurora can show their most vulnerable populations. When you have the gift of working with those who daily struggle with generational systemic barriers, your heart begins to see the world perhaps through a clearer lens. I would ask our City Council, as you consider providing a warming center this year, to really take a pause and think. Have you heard the stories of those you pass daily to go to work who are asking for support or struggling with the pain of their own trauma, what their lives were before? Because they were not always without a home. This is not their whole story. Many of the men and women who are struggling helped build this city. They can tell you stories of working on the railroad or how this building was built or the schools they attended and the events and the history of Aurora. What they cannot tell you is when they stopped being of value. I think the greatest quality of a leader is not how much money you bring to a city, or who is at the table, or how many businesses are open. It is how they treat the most vulnerable in the community. Tonight, please show us you are leaders.
Thank you, Ms. Massey. Will the clerk please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Nikki Coleman.
Is Nikki Coleman here? Welcome, Ms. Kalman. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Kallman, and I am the housing locator on the street outreach team here in Aurora. My role is to work directly with the property owners and management groups to create housing opportunities for individuals who are often overlooked and misunderstood. Many of the people that we serve do not present well on paper, but with support, consistent case management, stability, they can succeed in housing. Last year, I worked the warming center. I spent many nights with individuals who had nowhere else to go, people who otherwise slept outdoors in temperatures none of us could safely endure. Two individuals stand out in particular. When they first came in the warming center, they were exhausted, traumatized, and disconnected from trust. It was through simply being present with them, sharing meals, listening to their stories, and showing consistent care that trust began to form. And because of that trust, they accepted ongoing case management. If the warming center had not been available, those individuals likely would not be alive today. They certainly would not be housed. Today, both of them are in their own apartments, safe, warm, and rebuilding their lives. This was possible only because of the warming center provided the first step, a safe place to be, without barriers, without judgment. The warming center is not just a shelter from cold. It is the entry point to stability, to services, and possibility of change. Without it, our most vulnerable community members remain outside of support, outside of trust, outside of hope. Aurora is a compassionate city. Our community cares deeply about the well-being of its members. Continuing to allow a warming center is not only a humane choice, it is an effective one. It saves lives. It reduces strain on emergency services and opens the door to long-term solutions like housing. I'm asking you tonight to support the continuation of the warming center because I have seen firsthand what happens when we all offer warmth, safety, and dignity, and what happens when we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Julie Simpson.
Before you get started, just want to remind people that there is an overflow room upstairs, and our staff's happy to assist you if you'd like to have a seat. Ms. Simpson, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Julie Simpson. I'm a longtime local resident and a partner in Becoming Oswego's work to continue supporting our most vulnerable neighbors through the emergency warming shelter. Just over a month ago, I was heartened by the support shown by the mayor, hundreds of attendees, and several of you who attended the Beyond the Bridge Solution to Ending Homelessness presentation. I believe Alderman White, Mesiacos, Larson, and Bug attended, and it was sponsored by the City of Aurora. Now it's time to put this support and interest into action. The good news is the tremendous groundwork has already been done. All that is needed is the financial commitment to allow the shelter to be implemented. During a difficult time for so many members of our community, it's incredibly important that we don't miss the opportunity to utilize viable safety nets that can literally save lives. In the film Beyond the Bridge, Successful Communities told us local government has to take a leadership role, and local government is where the rubber meets the road. The city already supports warming shelter locations during the day. Can we all agree that overnight is likely the most dangerous and challenging time for anyone to stay warm? We need the City of Aurora to fund the emergency warming shelter again this year to help our fellow neighbors literally survive. It is the smallest first step we can take to continue building a more permanent solution to support our unhoused neighbors. Please take action and approve this funding today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Carrie Rysek.
Is there a Carrie Rysek? Ms. Rysek, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hello, my name is Carrie Rysek. I was born and raised in Aurora. I graduated from West Aurora High School, lived in Aurora for 30 years, and worked at a church in Aurora for the last 10 years. I have a lot of Aurora pride and have been involved in the area for many years. I currently work for Becoming Oswego and for Ronald McDonald House of Chicagoland. I'm committed to serving my community and believe that God calls me to action to care for my neighbors who need it. Becoming has taken on the role of running the Aurora Emergency Warming Shelter this winter, while no other group even applied. We are committed to this work and were heavily involved last year when it was at Wesley. In 2023, I attended the funeral for Gino, who died on an extremely cold night in Aurora while sleeping outside. His community was heartbroken. He was described as kind and caring and always helped and shared others that lived nearby him by the river. This is a death that could have been prevented. The unhoused in our community deserve the dignity to have a safe, warm place to sleep. We know that Hesed already has a waiting list, and the need for the emergency warming shelter is very clear, and we have a solution. One that has already been proven successful last year at Wesley. We just need a new location. I do understand that the location has now changed because of pushback from local businesses. Personally, I think that is very short-sighted since we know the unhoused do hang out in downtown Aurora, and if they do not have a safe and warm place to go, they will likely continue to sit outside these local stores, restaurants, and bars, and in some cases, be panhandling to those customers. But by providing the warming shelter, we could help get them off the street into a safe place, and that would actually help those businesses. It does sound like that's off the table and a new location has been found. I think that the next necessary step is to move forward. It's important to note that a lot of planning, budgeting, and data analysis went into the plans for this year's emergency shelter. We have all the documents that were used last year with regard to how many people came, how many were repeaters, how much food and water, and everything that we used. The budget is solid and well-researched. I know our city has come together to help the community before, and we need to do this again. Let's remember the Aurora Strong mantra that is so often spoken in this area and fund the emergency warming shelter to prevent our neighbors from freezing to death overnight. We can and need to do better. We can make a difference in these people's lives. I appeal to your empathy and compassion for human life and ask if you would survive sleeping outside this weekend when it is predicted to be 23 degrees and snowing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. From here on out, I'm going to ask, we're going to put a bullpen. So the clerk's going to read the next two names. The first person can come up and speak, and we're going to have a bullpen right by Curtis in the reserve for media table. I'll ask the clerk to please call the next two names.
Next speaker is Selena Hensley, and the speaker after is Caroline McCree.
I'm the actual Miss Hensley. Okay.
All right, Miss Hensley, sorry. You have 3 minutes beginning now. Feel free to adjust the microphone.
All right. Hello, everyone. Tonight and many cold nights before us, we're all going to go to our nice warm homes, our warm beds, our comfortable chairs, and hot meals. There are members of our community, though. They're going to be facing some harsh nights. That silent threat, that cold. For those experiencing homelessness, a drop in temperature isn't just an inconvenience. It can be a matter of life and death. Please hear me out on this warming center on how it is essential to our shared humanity and well-being. First, warming centers save lives. Hyperthermia and frostbite set quickly in temperatures that plunge. These medical emergencies do not discriminate, okay? This warming shelter, though temporary, will provide a safe haven from a genuine danger. The cost of a warming shelter, a warming center pales in comparison to the cost of treating a severe cold-related injuries in an emergency room, or worse, death. ER visits for the unsheltered average cost is about $1,749 to $2,285,000 per visit. Overnight, $5,000. Supportive care can reduce these system costs 39%. I love hearing that. Okay. Second, these centers are a beacon of dignity and community. When people arrive, they aren't just getting out of the cold. They are stepping into a place where they are seen and valued. They can get out of the cold. This will restore dignity. It is the first step toward getting back on one's feet. It is critical human connection that can offer a glimmer of hope in this dark time. As I tell my kids, we are all worthy. I have been in this area for a very long time. West is best, as I tell everyone. And I do not want to let Aurora down, and I know you do not either. We are judged as a society by how we treat our most valuable members. Let us not fail this test. As I heard someone say that if you just heard what y'all had to say, maybe we would hear more support. But the people behind me, we all need to know that we are supported. Oh my God, that's amazing to see. I hope this changes any minds. Thank you.
Thank you, the real Miss Hensley. I'll ask the clerk to please read the names of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Next is Carolyn McCree, and after her is Aurora Anonymous Resident.
Sarah Carolyn McCree. Okay, Sarah Carolyn McCree. There's no Miss McCree. We'll ask the next Aurora Anonymous Resident to please step forward, and you'll have 3 minutes as soon as you get up.
And then Emma Duclos will be after her.
I'm going to try and split my topic between the two meetings I'm signed
You
up
have
for.
3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you for letting us all speak. I appreciate it. This is for being able to help the people who in our community need us. There is a very simple human litmus test in order to know whether you're doing the right thing or not. You simply put yourself in the other person's shoes. And you ask, would I like for that service or that policy or that thing to affect me? And if your answer is yes, then it is a very simple answer on how you should vote. Because if you would be in that position and you would not want these bad things to happen to you, then you have no choice but to try and do the right thing to help the neighbors and people in our community. I'm just a person in Aurora. I don't have any business. I'm not affiliated with any particular organization. I did help out with the warming center last winter, and I have to tell you, the time I spent at the warming center was some of the most appreciated, joyful, fun opportunity to give back that I've ever had in my life. I have never had as many people be so grateful and say thank you and be so appreciative as the time that I spent when I was there. Many people unjustifiably think that your homeless person so happens to be the drug addict, the boozer, the alcoholic, or whatever. Well, I'm here to tell you, look around this room, because many of the people in this room are the type of faces you will see at the warming center. Times have changed. Our economy has changed. Many people are one paycheck, one accident, one loss of a spouse, a loved one, or the support network system, being that one step away from being also in the same position and being needing those services. We must provide the support and the network in order to help these people. It's not a handout. It is just a hand up to be able to get them to their next level and they can reach their potential. There were people there that were women, children, elderly people. These are not people who just choose to be out there. Life circumstances and dealt a bad hand of cards in their life put them there. And we can do a lot to help be able to get them where they need to be and reduce deaths, loss of limbs, and be able to do the right thing. I beg each and every one of you to find in your conscience to pass this budget and to do everything we can to support the warming center. And I thank you very much for listening to all of us. It's been a long night, but it's well worth it. And I'm glad that you want to take the time to hear what people have to say, because this is important and people are very passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anonymous Resident. I'll ask the clerk to read the name of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Emma Duclos and Miriam Osich.
Welcome, Ms. Duclos. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hi, my name is Emma, and you all don't know me, but they know me pretty well in Yorkville. I've been at a few of their city councils. I was part of the duo that did a protest down there in Yorkville to protest criminalizing homelessness and fining people and jailing people for being homeless. And the cool thing is that while I did that, I was also homeless. I have a bachelor's degree in communications. My last job was at National Geographic. I consider myself to be a pretty successful person, and I became wildly, terrifyingly homeless. And because of, honestly, this community, I am housed, which is incredible. I didn't think that I'd be standing up here saying that I actually have an apartment, but I do, and I live in Aurora now, and it's pretty incredible. But when you think about somebody who's homeless, I'm sure that you don't see somebody who looks like my pretty little white face standing here next to you, in front of you. But we were almost on the streets. We were on the streets. I almost lost my fiance, and I almost lost both my dogs. And if it were not for the Aurora Mutual Aid and an incredible person named Nancy and so many other people, I don't know where I'd be. I don't know. I could be on the street. I probably wouldn't have a job. I probably wouldn't have anything. We sold all of our things to come here because we became homeless, because I lost my job making. And then I went out and protested, and I sat outside in that heat. And I burned. My skin burned, and I was hungry. And I was doing it because I was standing for something, and it was important. And so now here I am, standing in front of you. This is not the last time you're going to see me, but I'm standing here telling you, you cannot let people die. You cannot let that happen. And these wonderful people at Becoming Oswego has put together a budget. They've done the work, and there's people who want to help them. And all they need from you is to say that people matter, to say that people matter and they don't deserve to die on the street alone. And so I will continue to protest in any way I can, starting in Yorkville, probably not ending there. But you all need to do your job too, and you need to save people from dying on the street. Because if I can get to a place because of community, then you all can help other people just like me also get to a safe place. And you have a responsibility to do so. And if you don't, people will remember that, and they will vote from their memory.
Thank you, Ms. Duclos. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next two people wishing to offer public comment?
Miriam Osuch and Ruben Morales.
There, Miriam Osuch. Is there Miriam Osuch? I'll ask Ruben Morales to take the podium, and if the clerk will please read the name of the next person in the bullpen.
Pastor Krista Zimmerman.
Ms. Zimmerman, you can get on deck. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Good evening again, council members, neighbors, and everyone gathered here tonight. Earlier today, I spoke about why this ordinance matters, why it protects dignity, safety, and the emotional security of our immigrant community. We've heard the legal reasoning, the community support, the urgency, but now, as we enter the voting stage, I want to shift the focus to something even bigger. What happens after this ordinance passes? Because if we want this protection to live, not just exist on paper, then we must build something alongside it, something rooted in partnership, accountability, and love for this city. So tonight, I want to propose the creation of a community city liaison group, a standing body made up of residents, advocates, faith leaders, youth, and those directly impacted by ICE activity, working side by side with city officials, including the Aurora Police Department, to make sure this ordinance doesn't just pass, but functions. Here's what the group would do. Help APD and city staff identify, track, and report ICE activity. Our police officers cannot be everywhere, and our community cannot always interpret what they're seeing. But together with communication and training, we can help ensure that any attempt to use city property for civil enforcement is documented, verified, and responded to properly. Support enforcement, not fight it. This group would not be anti-police. It would be pro-policy, a bridge, not a barrier, a group that helps APD, not pressures them, a group that makes enforcement smoother, clearer, and more transparent. 3, serve as a public accountability system. If there is a violation, a threat, a concern, or confusion, this liaison group becomes a place where residents can safely report and get answers. No fear, no ICE, no confusion. Because laws do not enforce themselves, people do. And when people work together, city, police, and community, the law becomes stronger than fear. This ordinance is a start, a big one, a necessary one, but it is only the foundation. Let's build a structure that stands on top of it. A structure that says we will protect the city's public spaces, we will document every violation, we will support APD in verification and response, we will not leave the enforcement of this ordinance to chance or assumption. Aurora can be the model city, not only for passing protection, but for maintaining it. If you pass this tonight, I'm ready, and many in this room are ready to begin forming that community group immediately. Let's not just vote for safety, let's build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Pastor Krista Zimmerman and Cecilia Martinez.
Ms. Zimmerman, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
My name is Krista Zimmerman, and I'm the pastor at St. Mark's Lutheran Church on Edgelawn and Galena. I speak in favor of the resolution regarding the funding of the temporary warming shelter. In Luke 6:31, it says, "Do to others as you would have them do to you," the golden rule. Acknowledged in some way, shape, or form by every religion or ethics system, we all have a responsibility to take care of one another, especially the vulnerable among us. I applaud the collaboration and coordination with the city, Hesed House, AID, and Becoming Church, and how they have sought to follow this golden rule. There is a solid plan in place to make sure that nobody freezes to death this winter. This is a plan that will take the pressure off so many people, including the police, emergency rooms, Hesed House, and others. I applaud all the people who have worked so hard to put this plan together, and I urge you to vote yes to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Zimmerman. Next, I'll ask the clerk to read the name of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Cecilia Martinez and Emily Beaupre.
Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Yeah, nice to see you again. Just to give you a little background, I'm also from Yorkville. I used to live here a little bit ago around COVID, and then I moved to Yorkville, but I'm sort of a representative for Kendall County Indivisible, which we had a very peaceful, pleasant protest recently. But in Yorkville, I saw that they were doing the ordinance to criminalize homelessness. It did not sit right with my stomach. So I went out and I found every single unhoused person in town, and I talked to them and figured out what their barriers were to shelter, and I got them all in shelter within about, I think about 2 weeks ago, if I'm thinking correctly. So everyone in Yorkville is in shelter now. So there's no one for them to fine or jail, which was kind of showing that it's completely unnecessary, and we can work together and we can fund ways that'll make it easier, cheaper, and all of that kind of good stuff. So I'm a very research-based person, and I do have all of my sources, and I have copies for all of you if you'd like. So it's very fiscally responsible for you guys to open a warming center. According to the CDC Emergency Department surveillance data, persons experiencing homelessness had approximately 320 emergency visits per 100 people per year from 2020 to 2021, which is 8 times higher than the general population, 40 per 100. Each ER visit costs $750 to $2,900, meaning the city incurs thousands of dollars in preventable medical expenses per person annually. And sources, of course, the CDC. Local agencies such as Hesed House report that overnight stays can exceed up to $5,000, meaning that just a few avoidable hospitalizations could offset the operating cost of a warming center for several weeks. An NIH systematic review found that the Housing First and supportive housing programs reduced emergency department visits and hospitalizations for people experiencing homelessness, producing a median benefit of $18,247 per person per year compared to $16,479, or a benefit to cost ratio of 1.8 to 1. Our second one would be lower ambulance and emergency response costs. So ambulance rides cost about $1,800 to $2,100 each and occur 14 times more frequently among unsheltered individuals. Establishing a warming center near the train station and fire department would reduce emergency call volume, response times, and overall system strain, freeing our first responders for other emergencies like an actual emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Your 3 minutes is up.
For sure.
And next, I'll ask the clerk to read the name of the next two speakers.
Emily Beaupre and Rick
If
Lawrence.
you give your papers to the police officer, they can distribute them to the council. Ms. Beaupre, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I've owned a business in downtown Aurora for about 9 years, and just have another one downstairs. And we see a lot of people, who are unhoused. I don't know, I don't ask. I look unhoused also, which leaves people, people leave me alone, and I am grateful for that. I would hope that this is not about should we do this. It is how, where, and how much. And I would have supported it being downtown next to my business because, they're hanging out there anyway. I can't tell you how many times I've hosed off pee off the side of my building. And if they had a nice place where they could go to the bathroom, that would be great. Even if it was right next door to me. They're already here, as a lot of people have said, and I support where it is. It's not far from Hesed House. I think it's the perfect location. If it's how much, I've listened every Tuesday morning to this team speak, and they have got it down to the dollar of how much this is going to cost. I have scraped together hundreds of thousands of dollars into my business out of my pocket and my personality and charisma and my bare hands. So I believe that you guys could probably find it in your own pocket to probably fund this thing anyway. But if this is coming from my tax dollars, I've been here for 17 years. I have a house on the east side. I've also funded that by myself. I would really appreciate it if you guys could please not allow our friends and neighbors to die and freeze to death, because honestly what will happen is they will be at my business and I won't have the heart to kick them out. And I will want to go home because I've had a long day of taking care of people, and they will just sleep there on the floor, and I will end up bringing blankets and pillows from my home, and this is what will happen, if you guys don't pass this. And I'm not being dramatic, this is the reality. So it would do me a solid, please, if you guys could just fund this. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Beaupre. I'll ask the clerk to read the name of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Rick Lawrence and Edith Calderon.
Edith, getting in the bullpen. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
I want to start by congratulating Wani on your meeting on Friday. I know a lot of the business owners really appreciate that, and Patty's for backing her up and standing the ground and letting the business owners voice their opinion. It was really important to them. I heard from a lot of them, and that was really good. I actually came up here because I wanted to agree with Carl Franco on a letter to the editor that he wrote about the need for the exploration of possibly going into a city management form of government. Over the past 20 years, we've had a mixed bag of mayors and all kinds of issues that have arisen from inexperience or just bad decision making. I think, though, the first step in that is that city council has to define what success is here in Aurora. I don't think you can ask many people in the city what success, what our goals are, and what we want to do. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of this tonight. I mean, if Aurora's only destiny is to be a social service provider for the entire region so that the other cities don't have to do it, if our schools have to absorb all of that so the other school districts don't have to do that. We have 2 school districts in our city currently that are below 20% proficiency in anything. They're 2 of our major school districts. One city can only do so much. Other cities don't have to do it because Aurora has always absorbed it. I'm not trying to, argue with people or anything else, but at one point, you got to attract people to pay the bills in this city. And so if we're going to hire a person to manage the city, a competent, smart person to manage the city, we got to have a mission, and that person's got to know what our goals are. And I mean, if it's just a matter of we're just going to continue the way we are and just keep expanding social services all over, then forget the businesses, forget it. And at some point, you're going to run out of people that pay the bills because the businesses will leave and the people that have options will find other communities to move to. We've talked about it before, the need for economics in our neighborhoods. These homes require people that can afford to maintain them and fix them. So I agree with Carl. I think you're correct that the city needs to be managed by competent, smart, professional people. But I do think that city council really does need to set the mission and the goals instead of just letting one mayor at a time set the agenda, because that's proven in the past 20 years to be pretty detrimental to the taxpayers here. We've lost tens and tens of millions of dollars for bad ideas from one person. So I encourage to keep exploring that with Carl.
Your 3 minutes is up, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you for your comments. I'll ask clerk to please read the names of the next two people wishing to offer public comment.
Edith Calderon and Alicia Castillo.
Welcome, Ms. Calderon. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Edith Calderon. I am a daughter of Mexican parents and the oldest of 3 children. I am also a mom. Along with all of these things, I am also a member of the Aurora Rapid Response Team, and I'm also one of the co-leads of this team. The Aurora Rapid Response Team was established in 2018, so this team could educate, advocate, and investigate on behalf of our immigrant and refugee community members in Aurora and the surrounding areas. Not only does this team work with other rapid response teams in the Chicago and Chicagoland area, we also work with Aurora Mutual Aid and vice versa. Aurora Mutual Aid has been working hard with our team to make sure that each community member in Aurora and the surrounding areas are safe and have everything that they need in order for them to live an okay life. I say an okay life because both teams cannot fight this fight alone. To be clear, Aurora Rapid Response Team and Aurora Mutual Aid are not part of the City of Aurora. We also do not get any kind of funding from the City of Aurora. Both organizations run on donations that are made by community members. Each team member of both teams also donate whatever they can, even though they already donate their time to be part of this fight. As of the beginning of January 2025, across the country, people have been terrorized by ICE agents, DHS, CBP, and any federal agency that has been granted the power to have the same authority as each of these federal entities that are terrorizing our community members. Unfortunately, Aurora has been far along from following the footsteps of Chicago when it comes to all of these federal agencies terrorizing each of our community members. As of November 1st, 2025, Aurora had the highest kidnappings, which was 12 kidnappings due to these federal agencies just racially profiling whoever they wanted because of the color of their skin. As of this morning, November 4th, 2025, there were 2 kidnappings that our team knows about. One is still being investigated. This cannot continue to happen. Not only is the community tired of having people ripped away from their families left and right, each person from both teams are also tired of this too. Today, I came not only to ask the Aurora City Council to pass the ice-free zone ordinance, I also came to ask for the Aurora City Council to pass the budget proposal for the warming center. Both of these proposals are unfortunately tied together because this government is not only working against our immigrant and refugee community members, they are also working against our unhoused community members. We want to make sure that each person has a safe space where they can stay warm and not be an easy target where ICE agents or any federal entity can pick them up during the long winter time that is ahead of us. I ask that each of the city council.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon. Your 3 minutes is up. If the clerk will please read the name of the next 2 people wishing to offer public comment.
Alicia Castillo and Edward Ash.
Well, Mr. Ash, you can take the second podium and get ready. Ms. Castillo, your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, my name's Alicia Castillo. I am a resident of Kendall County, more specifically Yorkville, and I was the co-organizer for the Yorkville Campout protest, which caused Yorkville City Council to amend their anti-homeless ordinance while we're still working to repeal it. I want to begin by commending the citizens of Aurora and Becoming Oswego for their commitment to providing relief from the cold for the city's most vulnerable members. It's exhilarating after battling with my own city council over what we don't want to be here petitioning for what we do want. So thank you for that opportunity. I'm here because when I needed support in my community, Pat Fish showed up and advocated with and for my community. And so I'm here to do the same for Pat Fish, because that's what community does. Community shows up for each other. And it may seem easier to shove the problem away and hide it where you don't have to look at it. You don't have to observe the problem. It's easier to ignore it and push it to other cities. You know, like some white guy wanted to say, no pores here. But the Aurora City Council has the opportunity to show this community that its priority lies within the well-being of all of its citizens. The unhoused population in Aurora are residents of Aurora. They are your neighbors. They are your constituents. And they deserve the same care that you put into protecting businesses and protecting property. People are more important than property. And you have the capacity to fund a resolution that will allow people to be protected. And I think that it is in everybody's best interest to take that opportunity to show your community where your values are, show your community that your values are with the people, which is another good reason to go ahead and enforce those ICE zones. That also shows you're for protecting the people. You are for protecting the community. So you have two excellent opportunities to prove your worth, prove your guts to the city of Aurora, to the, Kane County, is that where we are? and surrounding counties, Kendall included, and, set an excellent example for the rest of us. Good Lord knows Yorkville could use a good example. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Castillo, I ask the clerk to read the name of the next two people wishing to offer a public comment.
Edward Ash and Daniel Corral.
Mr. Corral, you're on deck. Mr. Ash, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
All right, thank you very much. First thing I would like to say is I think everybody in here, we need to understand what another form can cause of homelessness, right? What can cause it? And one of those things is a lot of people in here are possibly guilty of it, which is abuse of power. Abuse of power can cause homelessness in many different ways. I've spoken to you all about many ways of injustice, false charges, false documentation, false accusations, Patty Smith. Those things can cause homelessness, yes, when people are arrested falsely and they're single fathers and they have to take care of their family. But unfortunately, you haven't figured that out yet. As just now you used your abuse of power, you and Carl Franco, to try to stop everybody from speaking. Yeah, you did, but you're just so used to doing it, you don't understand because it's one of your rules. It's how you do things. You can look any which way you want to, but me and you both know the things that you have abused, and you've been here a long time. Mr. Seville, I would like to let you know, in your Ward 6, there's a lot of abuse of power done by the police. Not just for the past 5 years, which I've been speaking, letting you guys know what's happening, but for the past 40, 50 years, there's been a lot of abuse of power in Ward 6. And I want to let you know, I also was a victim of abuse of power from the Aurora Police Department. And because of that, it did almost cause me to be homeless. Even though I had bought a house while fighting for, to be the case for 30 years. A false charge that I was given by the Aurora Police. I was lucky enough to buy a house. But then, during that, the Aurora Police gave me another false charge. So here I am, I beat almost 36 years in jail with 2 false charges. The city of Aurora still has not made me whole yet. The Aurora Police still denied the charges, and I'm not just talking about any police, the chief and the chief under him also. They don't know the laws. Your Aurora Police have been breaking laws and affecting the community for 30, 40, 50 years, and nobody has said anything about it. So I'm letting you know that me, Edward Ash, who is also the Fox Valley Park District Commissioner at Large, has been victimized by abuse of power by the Aurora Police and also people who sit on the city council. Right? Also by not being heard and not being listened to. Here I am 5 years later, and now we have a big mess, and I'm not gonna stop speaking. So I suggest for this last 20 seconds, I'm gonna stand up here. I want you all to think, have you been a part of abuse of power and making people homeless?
Thank you, Mr. Ash.
I still got 12 seconds, John. Oh, guess not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Daniel Corral, and then Eric Carlson.
Mr. Corral, you have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening. I am a lifelong and proud resident of Aurora, currently residing in Ward 9. I appreciate what everyone has spoken here before me with truth and with heart of the current realities our unhoused and undocumented neighbors face. These are such difficult times for so many of us, for our families, our communities, our country, and our world. As the Declaration of Independence states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe in order to guarantee these inalienable rights, we need the resources and the safety to attain and guarantee them, regardless of income, citizenship, employment, etc. When we take care of those of us who are suffering so much without their basic needs met and whose lives are currently in danger, such as our unhoused and our undocumented neighbors, we can make sure that everybody is taken care of. I am requesting that you as the City Council fund the proposed warming shelter and pass the no ice ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corral. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the last person wishing to offer public comment tonight during the COW meeting.
Eric Carlson.
Is there an Eric Carlson? Is there an Eric Carlson? Okay. If Mr. Carlson is not here, this concludes the public comment portion of the COW meeting. Next, we'll move to the committee reports. I'll ask Chairman Mike Seville to give the BZ&E committee report.
Thank you, Mayor. The first three items that we adjudicated, so to speak, and forwarded to the Committee of the Whole on October 29th, 2025, are 25-0625, an ordinance establishing a conditional use plan per development and approving the scooters plan description for the property located at 1329 North Lake Street. 25-0626, a resolution approving a revision to the final plat for Dolan subdivision located at 1329 North Lake Street and establishing scooters re-subdivision. And then finally, 25-0627, a resolution approving a final plan for scooters re-subdivision located at 1329 North Lake Street. This is at the corner of Sullivan and Lake Street next to the Work Release Center. On the vacant lot there. This is for two businesses. The one will be filled by Scooters Coffee. There'll be no indoor seating. It'll be just drive-through only. They have a basic menu of coffee and I think maybe some muffins. And again, there'll be no indoor seating.
Consent.
Thank you, Chairman Seville. Is there any questions or discussion on these three agenda items that are all combined into one item? Okay, no further questions. These three items will be moved to the consent agenda.
And that's the report, Mayor, from the BZ&E Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Seville. Next, I'll ask Chairman Ted Masiakos to give the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mayor. The Finance Committee met on October 30, 2025 and reviewed the following items. Item 25-0593, a resolution authorizing the city to accept a grant award of $1,578,000 from the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity and to approve a participation agreement between the City of Aurora and Hesed House for renovations to expand the family shelter capacity of Hesed House.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Seeing none, this agenda item will be added to the consent agenda.
Next item, Mayor, 25-0782, A resolution authorizing the purchase of a 5-year renewal subscription of Depth Books lease and subscription management platform in a total amount of $118,125.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? If there's no discussion, this agenda item will be added to the consent agenda.
Next item, 25-0835, a resolution authorizing execution of the 5-year agreement for arbitrage rebate compliance services with Hilltop Securities Asset Management, LLC.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, this agenda item will be added to the consent agenda.
Next item, 25-0839, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to order street light poles from Gray Bar, Itasca, Illinois, in the cumulative amount of $102,579.34.
Consent.
Are there any discussion or questions on this agenda item? Hearing none, this item will be added to the consent agenda.
Next item, 25-0852, a resolution establishing 2026 golf rates at Phillips Park Golf Course.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, this item will be added to the consent agenda.
Item 25-0863, an ordinance amending the Ward 2 budget for fiscal year 2025.
This should be information only?
I believe this item is information only and will not be added to the consent agenda.
Can we get our legal counsel to confirm that? I was told by staff that it affects the budget. Because I asked that question myself.
Were there budget amendments as part of it?
I'm not sure if there's budget amendments.
What we could do is leave this item on unfinished business. There'll be several unfinished business items in the regular city council, the special city council meeting after this. We can leave this on unfinished and give legal counsel an opportunity to address that question.
All right. Item 25-0843. This is for informational only. Per the agenda, approval of a budget transfer from the City of Aurora Alderman.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a question or a comment on this agenda item? Alderwoman Bade. Is it on 25-0843 or
Yes.
0863?
No, 843.
Okay.
For some reason, we don't have any of the documentation for all these budget transfers. I know it's for information only here, but I had seen the presentation for Ward 9 and 2, but I don't know Ward 6 was ever presented and voted on finance. Just wanted to make sure with the legal.
Chairman Mesiakos, was Ward 6 voted on during the Finance Committee meeting?
Go into.
Or does the Alderman's Chief of Staff have anything to add on this item? Or Alderman Seville, welcome back. There's a discussion about whether the Ward 6 budget transfer was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting.
If there was, I was not present.
Rich Jacobs, Chief of Staff for the Office of Alderman. It was discussed at the Finance meeting.
Does that satisfy your question, Alderwoman Bade?
That does. What was it about? Can we have some information, just because there's no legislation text and all these forms are blank?
These were budget amendment transfers in order to provide funding for sponsorships.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. This agenda item will not be added to consent. It's for information only.
Yes. And just a few more items here that are the agenda. There's an item 25-0886, which was brought forward for information to the committee, which I believe is being walked on under new business. And also, we approved several. Actually, the Finance Committee also met on the October 21st, the 23rd, the 28th, and the 30th to review the proposed 2026 budget, and we met today, and we will continue meeting at least till next week, till we get through the basics of the budget. So that probably concludes the report, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman Masiacos. Next, I'll ask Chairman Carl Franco to give the PHST committee report.
Thank you. The Public Health, Safety, and Transportation Committee meeting scheduled for October 28th, 2025 was canceled, hence there's no report, and that concludes the report.
Thank you, Chairman Franco. Next, I'll ask Chairwoman Wani Garza to give the IT committee report.
Thank you, Mayor. The INT we met on October 27. The first item in the agenda was 25-0714, a resolution approving Petroleum Traders Inc., Mansfield Oil Company, and Warren Oil Company for the purchase of motor fuel for the city fleet and backup generators.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item?
Consent.
Hearing no questions, agenda item 250714 will be added to the consent agenda.
Next item is 25-0825, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to process and change order to agreement with the two lowest bidders for the 2025 on-call lead water service replacement contract in amount of $150,000.00. Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, agenda item 250825 will be added to the consent agenda.
Okay, and we conclude the meeting, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Garza. Next, I'll ask Chairman Ed Bugg to give the RAP committee report.
Rules Administration Procedure Committee met on October 21st, 2025 and reviewed the following items for your consideration. 25-0771, discussion on the carryover of capital and non-capital automatic ward funds. That was discussion only. And 25-0833, ordinance amending section 2-65 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to aldermanic initiative funds.
Are there any questions or discussion on agenda item 250833?
I believe that's for... Is that information only? Yeah, I believe that's for information only also. That ends at RAP.
Okay. And then the next agenda item I'll let you raise when we get to new business to talk about the property for civil immigration enforcement activities when we get to the new business portion. Okay.
That concludes RAP for now.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Bugg. Next, we will move to the new business portion of the agenda. Is there a motion to?
So moved.
Is there a motion to enter
Second.
new business portion, suspend the rules and enter new business? Got it. The clerk just let me know that we don't need to suspend the rules during COW, but during the city council, we will. Before we begin new business, I just wanted to let you know that I've talked to Penn Entertainment, and we've, for those audience members that are here to discuss the VGTs, the video gaming expansion from 5 to 6, we are going to hold that at the city council level. That's not on the COW, but it was suspended and held at the city council level, and we're going to hold that. Just if you're here waiting for that, that is not going to be discussed tonight because we have two other bigger pressing items. Next, I'll ask the clerk to read the first item under new business.
250886, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to enter into an agreement with Becoming Oswego Church for the management and operation of a temporary warming shelter on an as-needed basis, effective November 4th, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, for an amount not to exceed $136,141.
Okay, and before we begin discussion on this, I just want to offer a thanks to all the businesses that reached out and held a public meeting on this, and thank the Community Services Department for making a quick pivot and coming up with a solution. Additionally, Becoming Church was a big part of that discussion and helped us make the decision and transition as we pivoted. And then the Development Services team took a look at the zoning and occupancy and came out over the weekend to do that. And also a special thanks to Hesed House for your continued work in the community along these lines. We do have a brief presentation on this, and then we'll move to comments and questions from the council.
Good evening, Nicole Mullins, Chief Community Services Officer. This is the presentation for the warming center. This slide overviews the need for it. Basically, there is a lack of a low barrier option for people to seek shelter this winter when the shelters have a wait list, the existing shelters. And so this is filling that need. Here's a list of explanations for why economically this is really an item that we can't afford as a community to not have in our city. When people are exposed to the elements, they are going to find ways to get warm. One way that they do that is by utilizing emergency services, making 911 calls, taking the ambulance to the hospital. Some of it is for obviously exposure illnesses and injuries, but also some of it is just for them to escape the cold to try and prevent those injuries and illness. The next two slides go over statistics on the financial aspect of having the shelter and having people be sheltered. It's going to be a long night. If you're welcome to ask questions about these at the end if you'd like, but it just shows a breakdown of what it costs the city and hospitals once people do utilize emergency services as a way to deal with the cold elements. The site selection process, we had these 4 criteria in mind when we looked into all of the list of different city-owned properties. Also, Becoming Church reached out to some churches, as did the city. Unfortunately, this year, Wesley was not able to be the site. We were very blessed to have them for 1 winter and a half, but that was not a viable option for this year due to their circumstances changing. And so this is the criteria that we looked at. As the mayor mentioned, we did have to do a pivot. Because of the feedback, I'd like to thank Alderman Garza for pulling the business owners together for us to hear their concerns. Their feeling is that the warming shelter in downtown was going to make the current situation even worse for them. And we did not want to put a financial hardship on their livelihood and their businesses. And so we were able to find a pivot that does require some shifting of staff within the Financial Empowerment Center if this location is to be chosen. So I would like to take an opportunity to really show my gratitude for the staff that happened to be my staff that I reached out to when we were considering locations, and without hesitation, they agreed that they would be willing to move. And so to me, it's kind of poetic that the group of people that were really tasked with finding shelter options for our community are literally giving up the roof over their heads to make this possible. So I do want to thank them, as well as the Neighbor Project, which is also housed in that building, for being flexible. The proposed shelter is located at 712 South River Street. This would be a low barrier operation. It would be run by paid staff, trained volunteers, security. People have already begun taking training for this initiative to make sure that we're prepared. We have strong partners with existing shelters, social services, local churches, and business owners. This would be funded through city allocation, also some private donations. I know Becoming has made efforts to find some private funding also to kind of offset the cost. But this is going to be heavily reliant on not just funding, but on the amazing volunteers that are going to be showing up to help and make sure that this is actually a low-cost option for us. Threshold modifications is one of the things that we have updated this year to accommodate a 32-degree threshold instead of the, I believe it was 15 degrees in previous years. This slide shows the different neighboring or cities of, high volume populations and what thresholds they are utilizing. A reason for this is really because sustained and prolonged exposure to the cold causes things like hypothermia, frostbite, and death. 32 degrees is tolerable when you're jumping from your car to your house. It's very different when you're outside in wet conditions and windy conditions. So we made the recommendation to increase that temperature threshold. This is a warning slide because there is a graphic image in the next slide. This also demonstrates why 32 degrees is important. Here's some data here about hypothermia and how prolonged exposure impacts people. This picture is actually from a community member who did have prolonged exposure. These pictures are actually after a couple of weeks of healing. This is really a collaboration between the city and organizations like AID, Hesed House, ECHO, in addition to Becoming Church and other partners. Without all of us working together, this would not be financially or physically possible. And again, this just stresses how it really is a collaborative effort. We had numerous meetings leading up to this proposal. We incorporated feedback from all of these agencies, including city departments like the police department, fire department, emergency management. Risk of inaction, one thing that was proposed at one point or brought up was, why can't we just go back to the Aurora Transportation Center? We wanted to emphasize that besides the previous administration also agreeing that that was not a suitable site, one thing to consider is it's very difficult for people to sleep inside of the transportation center. And when you're not able to sleep through the night, you're gonna be tired the next day. Going to the library as the daytime warming center, those individuals would likely get kicked out because sleeping is not allowed. And so really we're setting individuals up for failure to have them in a warm inside environment where they're up all night, because then they will then be kicked out of their daytime options. The new location timeline, before we are able to open at 712 River Street, one thing that we would need to do, which we already began doing today, is give notice to nearby residents of the temporary use change. I also want to express appreciation for the police department, who has offered to also help with residents who have safety concerns about, they have a really solid plan of what they already do, and their willingness to assist with communicating with neighboring residents. The other thing is to find appropriate location for our financial empowerment center, relocate other displaced staff and organizations, coordinate with public facilities to move the furniture within the building currently, and then the contractor, which is Becoming in Oswego, would move into the location. And then now I'd like to introduce Becoming Oswego, who is the selected vendor for this project.
So welcome real quick. If you just want to keep to a short introduction, that'll give the council time to ask any questions and move on to the next item.
Okay, perfect. So yes, my name's Annie Fish. I have my master's degree in social work and have worked at Hesed House for 3 years prior to this and worked in the mental health field. So that is my expertise to bring in as shelter director. I don't pretend to know everything, just as I don't expect all of our other organizations to be the solution to everything. So again, we are requesting a partnership and really doing this work together in a strong way. And so,
yeah, so I just want to share, Becoming was a part of the co-sponsor last year with Wesley. And Wesley is trying to keep their lights open, and so the basement we used last year, unfortunately, they are renting so that they can keep up. Is that better? So they can keep their doors open and lights on. And so Tammy Scott, who's a good friend, Theo, who is here tonight, we'll continue to have partnership with them as we did last year. And I am excited that we have Kendall County people who want to be a part of this with you. Right? We're not coming in pretending that we know how to best serve, but having served in the 5th Ward of Aurora, as a pastor at St. Mark's for 6 years. Aurora is home and my people. And so we're excited to bring folks to be a part of this solution with you, and I'm excited to work with all of you. In addition to, and you heard from Miss Lori Baker and Joe Jackson, Hesed House, ECHO Development Center, and anybody who wants to be part of this. We're excited to partner and not try to pretend that we know everything.
And in here, we kind of discuss, how a nightly flow would go. So, I can just briefly go over this, but we'll have a good grub gang and some different security and check-in staff volunteers meeting at the beginning, and then really preparing and making sure folks get inside and aren't lingering outside and for those safety reasons. Then we have a check-in protocol, and part of that this year will also be tubs to store their things, which is, again, improving our continuum of care. Sheltered complete check-in, yeah, so, oops. We would then have dinner and then break those down and then have folks go to bed. Realistically, we are just running a shelter and just getting people warm food and shelter. And on Sundays, it is important for us to note that we will always be open until the library opens as another option for our folks, so guests aren't lingering and that our neighbors also feel safe. And we did want to thank Ms. Alderman Garza as well for putting that meeting together. It's important to us to be partners and to listen and hear the feedback and pivot when needed, and we are willing to work with, this is bipartisan work. It's caring for our neighbors, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, so last thing I'll say, today we walked around downtown Aurora to local businesses to show that, and to hand out our cards to say that we did pivot the location after listening. But that we know that there are still going to be people downtown, and so giving out resources. And we saw Representative Barbara Hernandez as well, and she gave us signs that we could put up in local business, so that again we're working together and listening to how do we get help when there is a problem or there is someone that we know we can get them the services that they deserve and need.
Thank
Okay.
you. Any questions?
Thank you for an excellent presentation, for pivoting quickly, for all the staff members you've had to move, and thank you for partnering with the City of Aurora. Are there any questions or comments for either our partner Becoming Church or for Community Services? Alderwoman Garza.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. Thank you for finding other place. We have a lot of concerns in downtown, you know that. But other questions they came now is, we know, or you guys know, what is the percentage of residents of Aurora are homeless? So they found that? They know what is the percentage, or are residents of Aurora? Or
I do not
Aurora?
have that information. I don't know if
I may have that information in this packet. I want to ensure before I promise that it's in here, but we have that information somewhere, and Joe Jackson from Hesed House or Lori Baker from AID.
Yes, because the
could likely
question
give
they
you that.
have, some people saying, so we are the taxpayers, so we want to make sure the taxpayers of Aurora, the residents of Aurora, use the money for the people from Aurora. And I understand, so we have other towns that start sending people to us, because other towns around here, they don't have no shelters. But my question is, so they want to be the priority for the city residents?
Will it be priority? Is that what you said?
Can I ask a question? Is your question, what is the percent of Aurora
Yes.
that is unhoused?
Yes.
Or is your question, what percent of the unhoused are from Aurora?
We need to know what is the percentage they exist in the Hessel House or in the shelter from Aurora first.
So, hi, Shannon Cameron, Chief of Staff. So every year there's what's called a point-in-time count done by the Continuum of Cares in all the different counties. And it's not an exact count because they do their best. They go out all night. They're looking everywhere to try to count the amount of unhoused. And it's right at the beginning of the year. So obviously this shifts and changes as it goes. But there were, at that point of time count, 595 unhoused people in Aurora. And that was in, this number was, I think this is from 2024. Yes, thank you. So, So that is the point in time count. That's probably the most specific number we have, but that fluctuates all the time.
Okay. Yeah, this is my question. So I have that one.
Does that satisfy the
Yes.
the question? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I will say we have the village president of Oswego's support as well to be committed to, really making sure that we're part of the solution as well. Because, yes.
Are there
At Kendall
Thank you.
County.
Are there any other questions or comments, Council? Alderman Seville?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I welcome everyone coming this evening to us, City Council, and expressing your heartfelt desires. I think I wanted you to know that I've never been a part of a city council that didn't consider that in their votes. I'm not sure the messages that were conveyed to you. You can come and speak to us anytime and as often as you want, but I've never known a city council to turn an opportunity like this away. In fact, I can say that I'm the only one on the city council that voted for the original sale of the Hesed House for $1 in 1985.
That's right.
And I voted for anything that, in fact, I voted yes on anything Hesed House has asked us over the years, including the expansion across the street. 2014, when we established the shelter at ATC, I voted for that, and our partnership with Wesley is, again, as well. I think the issue that was probably concerning most is because most of us just found out about this recently. Sure. And so we've had to react quickly and get up to speed as to what the desires are and the need is, so we can give duly consideration and vote accordingly as well. So I'm glad there was a pivot. I think that's important. Anytime you go into a neighborhood, regardless of if it's a business neighborhood or a residential neighborhood, the neighbors have a right to be heard. And the like, and I think we would want the same consideration for anything that we do. So my question in that regard is, does this, and I just want clarification, does this need a zoning change to consider this property? What's the opinion on this legally?
Is John Curley here? I know we went over this weekend.
Yeah, we.
or corporate councils.
Yeah. No, that's all right. I think Mr. Curley or
he's here.
Okay. I think he'd be in a better position to describe.
Good evening, John Curley, Chief Development Services Officer for the City of Aurora. Much like occurred in the last two iterations of a warming center, we did a temporary allowance for a zoning change, but it is temporary in nature. We would limit or put conditions on a permit that would limit the length of time that this would occur, and we'd have the ability to put any kind of conditions on it that we need to. We already know we have some conditions we're going to be adding that have to do with a fire watch in the building, as an example, and a limitation on the number of people that would be at the warming center.
Does that answer your question?
How long is that temporary one for then?
That has not been determined as far as I know. It might be in the agreement. This is fast moving, so I apologize that I don't know that answer.
Will we be provided that answer before we vote on it?
What would be the next steps? I know we've had this discussion.
Well, I think the next steps are and Shannon can come up. If this is approved tonight, then the next steps is for us to proceed with the zoning. So it's still going to need to be approved through the zoning process because we owe it to the residents nearby. But I think that this, in order to kind of get the ball moving on this, it's gonna, we have to. The idea was to get this approved so we can get the ball moving on it. There might be some temporary measures that we can accommodate if we have a cold night, before the zoning can be approved, but any sort of, change in use that is not allowed under the zoning code needs to, requires a notice and hearing.
Okay.
If I may, to clarify the dates, Shannon Cameron, Chief of Staff. So in the contract, as it says there, it's through May 31st. We do not anticipate it being open through May 31st, but it allows us to pay the contractor for reimbursements past that date. There really is the temperature threshold. When it's 32 degrees or lower, we plan to be open. Typically, that runs us through March. maybe some of early April, but, so we would kind of anticipate it, or hopefully ask for the zoning to be through April, just to be safe.
Okay. And I would suggest too, just for next year, whatever our goal is for next year, that, maybe we start the process if we can a little bit earlier, so people aren't stirred up, that it's kind of an even presentation and understanding that where we all are at the point in time, and give us a process to decide it, and just to let everybody know this is unusual process. Things are usually done in a longer period of time frame, but we understand the sense of urgency. So.
Well, I will say we've been working on this for months. It wasn't something, it was only we found a location just recently. So it has been a process. It is not easy to find a location that checks all the boxes, certainly. And obviously, we're displacing city staff and organizations to make this next one. And that's because we want to be collaborative and flexible. We want to listen to the community always.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may just jump on that.
Alderman Masiacos?
Yeah, based on the presentation in 2024, previous administration brought it to us before on November 26, 2024. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and I agree with my colleague in the 6th Ward that maybe a little bit, even more time would be great. So, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And
And that's part of our goal too, just as community partners that are part of this process. That's part of our commitment in extending and making sure the transition with whatever the next year's plans are, that we're communicating and we're considering our neighbors. And that's why we went and walked the streets that we were just listening to. Because we didn't get to every single business, but we got to around like 15 that were there that day and made sure they have our information, because we want to be in conversation to continue it. So, for sure.
Alderwoman Bade.
Thank you. Since this is a new location, could you please go over maximum capacity of this location?
Yeah, so we toured the site on Saturday, and Chief Gurley had identified 49 as the capacity.
Everybody? Staff?
Is that accurate?
Is it including the staff?
John,
or-
okay.
Okay.
49 with staff.
49.
Of course.
And as
Our intention is to use only one floor. If we need to expand it, then I believe we can go up to 64. But ideally, it will be 49.
And estimated time of fixing this place and making it ready for the guests?
Correct. Yes.
Are you
Estimated
asking the time? So I started looking at sites for our staff to go to today. I think it was today. And so I'm going to look at some more locations tomorrow. Once we are able to identify that, it'll help things get expedited. Also, if it takes too long, I mean, Becoming, as soon as it's approved, Becoming will be able to go in and start setting up, because they will not be in the offices unless it's for case management and de-escalation, things like that. So we do have the ability to lock up our offices and move furniture into offices so that they can start setting up in the main areas.
And my last question.
No, I was just going to say, I think as it gets colder, we want to be open and do it the right way, right? And so be open, but not put people in harm's way, including volunteers or the folks we're serving. So, as fast as possible, of course, but also doing it the right way.
Okay. My last question is, there is a contingency of 50,000?
We added a contingency because there are some people, like when they're with children or families with children, it's not a suitable space for them. And so we're working on finding local hotels that will hopefully do vouchers or discounted rates. So we've added that amount in, with the assumption that maybe we won't get any support from those hotels. However, we have had some success with them offering reduced rates for our guests that would need that.
And that will be, again, in this 100-day period?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Franco.
So I want to first start by echoing something that Alderman Seville said. I'm not sure why people thought we weren't going to do this. They came in insinuating that we don't do this. our city's been as benevolent as it can be for decades, so I'm not sure why that sentiment was out there, because we always take care of stuff like this. But in addition to that, food. Health department have to get involved with that at all? Okay, so we have to go through them for
Yeah, that's
okay.
why we have a vendor this year, and that's
Okay.
where it's a local Auroran, and we're making sure
Latino-owned
that
business.
Latino-owned business. And they got their certificate, everything, their vendor license through the city of Aurora, so we're,
Safe serve and then food
as well as
handling.
the security.
Okay. Well, the security, I want to ask about that too. So we have security.
Yes.
Okay, and
And-
can you elaborate on who that is and who that might be? Because that's important, because we've had, we had a situation, we had a couple of situations. And we don't want to put our people in danger, whether they be staff or the people there, because it's according to the people out there, there are a lot of good people. But a couple of bad eggs could ruin everything. We want to make sure we mitigate that.
I appreciate that. So we did talk to Airtight Security.
Okay.
They are licensed and bonded, and it is a black local-owned business. And we were able to, because he cares about this, the rate that he was willing to work with us, I mean, it drastically less than last year and the previous year too. And they were willing to come to all the de-escalation, cultural sensitivity, homeless 101, which we didn't have previous.
Okay. And I guess I have a question for you then. Are there any organizations that we're leasing that facility out to that's going to be a factor with breaking a lease?
We had 2 tenants that their lease was in the process of ending anyway. It was the YWCA, and Hesed House actually also has an office. The other tenant there is our co-partner in the FEC, which is the Neighborhood Project. They are not on a lease. However, we already spoke with them, and they are willing to be flexible.
Okay. And then my last question is a big picture question. I mentioned this last time. This situation we're in is a national problem, it's a state problem, it's a regional problem. A couple of cities in northern Illinois can't be responsible for all this. So being from Oswego, and you talked about the village administrator, is Oswego going to do something someday? Are they going to do a shelter? Because I think everybody should.
I agree.
And that would be so good, because then people can kind of stay in their own thing. They don't have to travel, it's better. So are we working on that? Because we're going to need help. This is not going to go away. So, as one of the people said, it's not Aurora's problem, and it's not. It should be everybody's problem. And so I just want to make sure that, big picture, we're all collaborating to get our neighbors on board with this, because at the end of the day, we all need to chip in. So you're saying that Oswego is on board with doing that in the future?
Yes, so Kendall County used to do Kendall County pads. Unfortunately, that no longer is an option since 2020. But we have, as a church becoming, we have set up community days of care, and currently work with the Oswego Senior Center to provide showers and food and clothes and things like that for, also, we go and pick people up on the Kendall area transit bus, and we serve people in Aurora and Oswego and Kendall County. So we're trying to make those steps, and this is part of that, as we said. And last year, I remember you bringing that up for this, and that's part of what inspired us to feel like,
Well-
hey, it is time for us to get involved. It is
would be
time
nice
for
if the
us to go.
state and the county mandated that everybody's got to do their fair share.
Yep.
And they really do. I mean, it's, they're not going to do it unless they're forced to do it. We do it because we're compassionate, and we're a very benevolent city. We always have been, but we need help. And we need our people to go out there and campaign. Everybody's got to step up, and it's just better. So I think I'm preaching to the choir, but we need to work on that too. So as much as we work on this, we need to look at the big picture too.
Absolutely.
So I know Lori's going to speak, but Ryan Kaufman is the village president, and they had their own committee of the whole.
Right.
But he will come with us to meet and talk about how we can do this together.
Okay.
And I know you're going to talk about mobile crisis, which is in Kendall County.
Well, I'm going to talk about 2 things. So one of the things I can respond to a bad actor, quote unquote, or somebody that's having a mental health crisis or something, is the mobile crisis response team that is on 24 hours a day from AID. That number is 630-966-9393. And they are actively going out. They've been in existence for almost over 2 years now and do a really great job. We do also serve Kendall County, so we've been involved in the Kendall County Continuum of Care, who is just like the King County Continuum of Care here, working on homeless issues, and the Yorkville ordinance that was made criminalize homelessness has really sparked this issue in Kendall County, and people are assertively working on what the issues are there. And so I'm hopeful that while it it doesn't make sense, and I don't believe that people are traveling to Aurora, that those unhoused people in Kendall County will begin to be addressed by Kendall County service providers and their funding.
That's all I had, thank you.
Alderwoman Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Then Barrero, then Bug.
So I'm going to take a step back and agree with Alderman Seville and Alderman Franco. I don't know why so many of you came here tonight thinking we weren't in support of this. We have always, I mean, we have the second largest homeless shelter in the state of Illinois. That is Hesed House. We support Hesed House every year. We supported Wesley last year. We've supported the train station in the past. We have always supported. So I don't know what happened, but I do believe when communication and collaboration is not happening, then people think the worst. So I hope that all of you are a little more at ease, that this is something that we are very caring people. We know what the city of Aurora needs. We see the need out there. It was a matter of finding the right place.
100%.
You know, we got a little rocky start there, but I think, you know, we've pivoted from there. But we are Aurora and we take care of our people. So, you know, you know, was a lot said tonight that really wasn't necessary if you would have all just given us a chance to speak, and which we're getting now. I do have a couple of questions for you. You talked about there was a slide here with collaboration of AID and a couple of other. Is there any other financial collaboration going on with this, or is that not part of it at this point?
It's currently there is not a financial contribution from these partners because they are spending a lot of time and resources for in-kind collaboration. However, I do know that Becoming has stated that they are helping to seek sponsorships where possible. I know that the business community that met with on Friday have said that they would be willing to make donations to help support that. So that is something we're going to try to do, not just with this initiative, but actually with other community services initiatives to help make these programs sustainable and not, you know, suffer consequences of budget issues. So that is something we're looking at.
So I'll also weigh in on that. I sat through a orientation for new mayors today with Nicor Gas, and they have grants that we can also apply for. I have not talked to the Director of Community Services because she's been getting ready for this, and we've been doing other things. But we will be looking for other revenue streams to support the effort here.
And I do grant writing as well, so I am very committed to making sure we get other funding. Right now, it's been so focused on location that I haven't had necessarily a full chance to pivot to that moment, but we've already started our boilerplates for our grants and things like that to really make sure that we're ready to submit for funding opportunities. And we did try to get funding from the Kane County Health Department from some of their opportunities, but they were unfortunately closed. So some of it we're waiting on timelines that are appropriate for us to be able to enter.
So two more things. One, I just wanted to address the budget. I know there were some questions out there about our questioning of the budget. And again, when we take an item in, we have to look at the whole city. You know,
Sure.
We have to take a big look at the whole city. We've been in budget crisis. So it is our obligation to look at the budget, to scrutinize the budget, and to ask questions about the budget. So again, a lot was said that if we would have just had the opportunity to be here tonight and had this conversation, much of it would have never been said.
I agree.
I do thank Shannon for clarifying the timeline, because I was concerned about the May date. I thought that was a little out there, but that makes sense. And then I also see that this is part of a decision package, which means this is going to be an ongoing location. Can somebody please address that, because I know that was new as of today?
Yeah, Shannon Cameron, Chief of Staff. So it's one of those things that straddles 2 fiscal years. So we have to kind of budget every year. We have like our 2025 budget that covers a portion of it, but because it's there's some reimbursement base, we also have to cover it in 2026 budget. So both of it straddles the fiscal year just because it's the winter, right? And so this location is not set for, it's set for 2026 for the beginning of winter, but not necessarily next year. We have a goal where we're looking for non-congregate shelter and more of kind of a better approach in the future, but that's going to take time because it's a heavy lift, and we couldn't make that happen for this year.
Okay, and then lastly, Nicole, this might be for you. The additional 50, so that's in addition to the 130?
In addition to the 136, yes.
Is it
It's
needed or just a contingency if needed?
contingency if needed.
Okay. Thank you for being here, and you know, I will move into the next stage, but I would like to hear from
Alderman Barrero.
Alderman at the 4th Ward to what he feels on this as well.
Thank you, Mayor Lash. I want to be quick, but I thought it was important to mention, before I retired, I was the Chief Community Service Officer, and the warming shelters felt under Community Services. And back then, we were at the ATC, and staff was involved with the operation. We had we hired security staff, overnight. ATC staff was also taking care of things as needed. But I got to tell you, it was a drain on the staff. It was a very stressful situation. It was not a picnic by all means. And so I'm just thankful for this new model. It's a much better model, outsourcing this with experts in the field and trained volunteers. This is also having the case managers and management and services available for these individuals. This is just a much better situation, and I wish we would have had it, back then. So I wish you well, and hopefully we have a good winter. Thank you.
Alderman Bug? And then Alderman Larson.
I appreciate some of the comments from my colleagues about the people involved here. And we have to understand, and it's going to be a challenge upon us to get other communities involved so that we have a collaborative effort, especially in our Metro West meetings. If people don't know what EOLA stands for Into the Line Aurora. Okay, so going back decades, our neighbors to the east, all the way up and down the train line, if they had a situation, they would buy a train ticket, put the person on the train, and say, get off at the end of the line. And that was in Aurora. And that went on for decades. Thankfully, our big brother in Chicago, they pretty much take care of their own now. But not everyone up and down the line does. So we need to be collaborative with the communities to the east of us, that we will have solutions regionally to take care of this issue. Fantastic things are going. You're thinking about things west of here. But I'm more concerned about what's happening east of here.
Sure.
And that's going to be a little bit upon us to have those discussions and make sure we are being collaboratively in the region.
Thank you, Alderman Bug. I can say that Aurora has been effective at the COGS. We're now attending regularly and having a regular presence at those. We've had an impact in the data center discussions. We've had an impact in the ICE discussions. And it's an excellent suggestion that I will continue to carry this idea forward as we develop a model and a template that works to share it with our neighbors. That's an excellent idea. Appreciate it. Alderman Larson.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just want to make a short statement. So right now, our community is struggling a lot right now, especially with ICE terrorizing our neighborhoods. And this is hurting people mentally, physically, and financially. In addition, starting last Saturday, the government cut off SNAP funding for over 40 million people, many of whom now had to choose between food and housing for their families. Food banks are overwhelmed, and more people are being pushed into housing insecurity or homelessness. This emergency warming shelter was originally proposed to operate in downtown, but downtown business owners expressed their concerns, and we listened. And I want to thank city staff for moving quickly to find a new location. But we also need to represent the most vulnerable people in our community whose voices have not been heard, people who are busy, struggling to survive. Many of those who stayed at the warming shelter last year have jobs, but their jobs don't pay enough for them to have stable shelter, and this problem is only getting worse. So I'm just glad for our partners and the city. I'm glad that we're able to be a part of the solution rather than contributing to the problem.
Alderman Nunez.
So last winter, I visited the warming shelter at Wesley several times, provided a bunch of meals for guests that were there. And when I wasn't in town, I actually used Uber Eats, and I would have gotten away with it secretly if it wasn't for one individual in the crowd.
Yeah. He outed you.
And so, you know, I applaud the work you do. I applaud the work you're going to be doing. And as I've mentioned to the mayor last night, Joe and I spoke, and a lot of constituents have reached out regarding this topic. Sure. Communication is really where I'm focused on as of right now. And so as we think about the communication to the neighbors around that area, I'd love to hear a bit more details around how APD, how your team is going to actually communicate to those residential neighbors and business neighbors, just again to inform them of what's coming into the area. So
yeah, so today our staff that are in the FEC went around to the neighborhood, distributed a letter to those individuals about the proposed location, gave them a point of contact with the city to if they had any questions or concerns. We did speak with some individuals. The feedback was pretty much entirely neutral. I think a lot of them are just used to a lot of unhoused folks around their homes because of their proximity to the current shelter. And so we're going to continue reaching out to them proactively and then also facilitating those questions as we get them. APD is not going to be proactively doing the communication to the neighborhood. It's going to be if they reach out to us and there are concerns that maybe they're not satisfied with our responses to, that APD is willing to connect with them and provide further information.
And Alderman, if I may, like today we walked all afternoon around to businesses. We're happy to walk with you, whoever, to so that they see a face, and it's not an idea, but it's like a contact person that they can touch base with, and have a phone number to call if something was to happen.
yeah, I appreciate that. I was actually going to follow up with that, ask too, or a favor, if I may.
Of course.
You know, I'd love to walk with you and anyone
Yes.
else who'd be willing, any other community members that spoke up and are willing to volunteer to help inform those neighbors. My information's online. Feel free to
Please.
email or call or text.
Love it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the council on this agenda item? Okay, if there's no objection, this item will go on the consent agenda, and we will continue to communicate with the council as we go through the zoning process and communicate with the neighbors.
Thank you.
The next agenda item, 250898, an ordinance restricting the use of City of Aurora property for civil immigration enforcement activities. I'm going to ask the chair of the RAP committee to give us a short update on this, and then are you still leaving at 7 o'clock at 7:45?
No, I was able to move. I had my somebody help me with my event, so we're good.
Okay, thank you for staying. Chairman of the RAP committee, if you'll please just give us a quick summary, and then we'll do a council presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The RAP committee met today and considered this item, ordinance restricting the use of City of Aurora property for civil immigration enforcement activities. Happy to say that not only the committee of 5, but a number of other aldermen were there to participate in the discussion. We had a very spirited discussion. We had initial legislation drafted. We considered a number of amendments, 2 of them which were added. So we put forward to you, Mr. Mayor, the final language, which is typed up right here. Everyone should have, I believe everyone has a hard copy. Thank you to our council. And it is very much encompassing. We took a look at some of the other municipalities who have already drafted this type of legislation, taking some of their best ideas and understanding that this is limited to City of Aurora-owned property. So it does not fall outside of that scope. But again, the committee passed this along in favor, and we send it forward to the committee of the whole for consideration.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we have a presentation from staff, I just want to let everybody know who was here just for the warming center that when the council moves it to consent, that means that everybody is in agreement on it, and it'll move forward in the city council, the special city council meeting to be held next. So if you sign up to speak on the warming center and that's the only topic, then you can remove your name or just disappear, and you won't be here when we you won't be here when we call your name during the city council meeting. Secondly, I want to thank the law department for working tirelessly to get in some of the amendments on this ordinance and fielding questions from older people. Thank the Aurora Police Department for your ongoing discussion about how we can work together with the new presence of ICE in our community. And thank the clerk's office for taking calls all day about and Sylvia up on the third floor on a number of issues. And then finally, I want to thank the community for your patience. I know that a lot of you have been asking for some reform. What we're about to discuss offers no real safety against federal government that has supremacy, but it does give us a way to document instances where your constitutional rights might be violated and let that see the light of day in a court of law. So with no further ado, I'll ask the Chief of Staff to offer a short presentation, and thank you for all your work on this too.
That's the word short, Shannon. Okay, I'll keep it snappy. Shannon Cameron, Chief of Staff. The mayor kind of introduced this, so I'll just move on. Obviously, the context is the Trust Act, in which state of Illinois prohibits state and local law enforcement in participating in any federal civil immigration operations. It also prohibits this use of city resources for on-site support, including traffic perimeters and the use of city facilities for any federal immigration enforcement. This ordinance extends that principle in a non-participation by specifically prohibiting the use of city property as on-site support, but also processing or staging locations. Why now? Well, you've heard it from some of our speakers. There's militarized federal agents in our community nearly every day. As we heard, 14 people since Saturday have been taken, but we had an additional one contact the mayor's office today, who was taken to Broadview, who was a U.S. citizen. He did not have his passport or birth certificate on him, as I don't typically, so was released when someone was able to drive to Broadview to show that he was a U.S. citizen, and was released. But this is happening all the time. It doesn't necessarily just affect people that have undocumented status. He was a landscaper just doing his job. The Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse from Syracuse University reports that about 71.5% of all those detained by ICE have no criminal records. So you may have heard that they're only taking people with criminal records. That just looks like it's not true. We are hoping with this ordinance to formally prohibit the use of city-owned assets. That includes parking lots, buildings, parks, for any staging areas, as I said, operations bases for civil immigration enforcement. Some of the core restrictions, as I've mentioned, the parking lots, buildings, vacant lots, parks. This specifically includes, with the request of the administration of the Fox Valley Park District, to include the Phillips Park Aquatic Center, which we share, and the affiliated parking lots. Activities that are restricted and not restricted. So if they have a judicial warrant, they can enter our buildings. So execution of lawful judicial warrants, which means it's a warrant signed by a judge, we cannot prevent that. Enforcement of criminal law. The ordinance does not limit the rights of any person or entity under applicable law other than the specific limitations stated herein regarding property use. However, the exclusions are, it does not apply to property that is subject to existing lease or concession agreement. We have several properties that we lease out that the city owns. I use example in RAP that the airport is by majority leased property. That is so they do not have to stick with the same standards that we do as the city. But we also have some mixed use buildings where there's some of them are rented offices and some of them are city offices within the same building. So that would be different as well. As far as reporting requirements, so any city employee, official, officer, or agent who observes an attempted or actual use in violation of this chapter shall report as soon as practical to their supervisor. We added this language. You'll notice Chairman Bug from the RAP committee said there was some language on the 3rd. We sent you the most recent. Then there's been amendments since then. However, this is important to our police department because, of course, if they're called to a scene, they may be dealing with life safety issues, other things. We want to give them time to deal with that before they have to go report. The supervisor shall immediately report that to the chief of staff. This has changed since RAP committee, and now it will be the mayor's office. So I just want to update that. So it'll be the mayor's office as outlined in the amended ordinance. And it is the mayor's office responsibility or their designees to document all attempted or actual violations of Chapter 40. Creating, after this, if it is voted through, it'll be our job to create with, and we will do that collaboratively with several different departments, procedures and policies to comply with the Illinois Accountability Commission. In the ordinance, it specifically calls this out as at the end of the ordinance, which is Executive Order 25-06, which is on October 23rd, created the Illinois Accountability Commission. We also have changed, Alderwoman Bade pointed out that there was some confusion between the memo on this legislation and the ordinance itself, so we tried to clean up that language for this meeting and next meeting, just so you know, if you haven't, I'm sure nobody's had time to look at it since RAP, but we've removed the idea of offering citation instead, because there's no mention of that within this ordinance. There was an earlier version that did. That we will just be referring all documented cases to the Illinois Accountability Commission. They have currently 6 commissioners appointed to that. I think there's one more going to be added, but they will be documenting, perhaps litigating some of these cases. So what would an employee do? What would that look like? These next two slides do this. So any city employee, official, officer, agent who notices activity that may violate Chapter 40, Section 40-1 should take the following steps as soon as practicable without endangering themselves or others. So contact their direct supervisor, gather information, including the date and time, where you were, what city property was being used, the type of property, what activity was observed, the vehicles, any descriptions, could be license plates, personnel, how many individuals were there, how were they dressed, the duration, the length of time that they were there, and then your contact information. Now, we are not asking any of our employees, officers, officials to be in harm's way. So this should be done from a safe distance. We are not, absolutely not asking anyone to interfere, intervene in any way. It is simply to document and report. That is very important. If they fear for their own safety, it is important for them to leave and contact their supervisor and let them know that as well. So, or call 911, as it says here, if they feel that there is any risk to themselves or to others. So we want them to call them first before reporting to their supervisor. So that's some basic information on what that would look like. This obviously, should this pass this evening, we would take it and work with several departments, including our Human Resources Department, our Data and IT Department, our Aurora Police Department and Fire Department, lots of other departments to come up with the policies and procedures. Oh yeah, legal, that's important too. Sorry, very important step in this, to come up with that and have the reporting structure that follows necessary laws, and then hand that over to the Illinois Commission. There were some great points brought up in RAP that we will certainly consider as we're building those procedures. Happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Real quick, before we enter into a discussion, I just want to make the council aware that we have also been in conversation with an organization called Illinois Workers Action. One of the meetings with the community, they had asked us to have a Department of Immigration similar to Chicago's. We shared our budget concerns that we're currently going through, and what we found was a nonprofit that gets state funding that is willing to come here and work for us for free. We did not put it on tonight's agenda because it's already a very full agenda, but it will be coming forward to work with IWA to relieve some of the pressure on the third floor and others that have been responding to ICE interactions when a vehicle gets abandoned, when a child is left in the car, when the parents are snatched, and we have to work with the school district to inform the kids and make sure that they have a place to go. Cleaning up with the help of APD with those vehicles that are left in the middle of the street, sorting out the differences between an APD operation, ICE operation, and they're going to offer a number of other services. But I just wanted to make the council aware that we would like to have these people start providing training for and play the role of designee, but also be here to serve the community. We're going to be giving them a very low dollar lease for one of our office spaces. That'll be coming at a future agenda item. I just wanted to let the community know that we are working on this and let the council know that we're working on this, and I think we're pretty close to having a contract signed. So that's just to give you a little bit of a peek into the picture of everything that we're working on currently, in addition to working with the COGS to come up with a joint statement that we all agree on. Has also been an ongoing effort. There was a meeting yesterday afternoon with 115 municipal attorneys and mayors, all frustrated with the same thing that we're experiencing here in Aurora is also impacting their communities. So to continue to work regionally and collaboratively in that direction, I think they'll be looking at what we do tonight as a template for moving forward. So that being said, I want to open up to discussion. If we have any amendments, we'll take each amendment at a time. It's my understanding what I've referred to as the Bate Amendment has already made it through in RAP. But if we want to begin for questions for staff or the mayor's office, happy to get going. Alderwoman Smith.
I have a couple. I'll start with what I feel is the most important of my changes. 'Cause they're minor, but they're significant. I know you had this conversation in RAP, but I'm bringing it up again. The word shall. The word shall, for me, is very disturbing because we are forcing our employees to come forward with what they see. That's, in my opinion, wrong, unfair. We don't know what their documentation, family history is, and we are exposing our staff to problems that they quite possibly don't want to be exposed to. So if we change the word shall to should, may, or can, we are not forcing people to report this. I don't believe that we are in a position, nor do we have the authority to, nor should we take that authority to force people to make these reports. I think it's unfair, I think it's unreasonable, and I think it's going to cause problems. So my first amendment would be to change that word shall to one of those other three words, because you look up in the dictionary, the legal definition of shall means mandatory. That means you must.
Okay, so there's a motion, and we'll give you an opportunity to explain it. There's a motion to change the word shall to should, and that is under section 40-3.
Line 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion on the word shall to should, or does staff have or legal have a reason as to why we use the word shall?
I use the word shall just because, mainly I think out of habit to it's to most ordinances and so forth, do provide like a mandatory requirement. As I stated before, the RAP committee, shall is a heavily litigated word, and it as a legal term, it means a variety of things. It's not strictly mandatory. But I don't have a strong legal reason. Like, if you want to make it less mandatory, that's fine. That's up to the city council. I do think that the concern that we don't want employees engaging or intervening or confronting ICE or immigration enforcement, I think everyone's on the same page there, and the policies that are in the works of being drafted clearly state that if you feel unsafe, you don't want to participate, back off. So I think that's that's clearly stated. If you want to change it to should or can or may, that's fine. I don't feel strongly one way or another on it from a legal perspective. That's up to the council.
I will just, to answer your concern about people feeling unsafe, that's why we put in the information. If your safety is at risk, immediately leave the situation. So if someone does not feel like they want to be around because they feel unsafe, we have given them the ability to immediately leave the situation and just let their supervisor know. If they don't feel safe telling their supervisor, they can let someone above them know.
But you're asking for their name.
So it's to the supervisor, yes.
Still.
But I will say, without shall, I would say it lacks teeth and sort of within it. And so that's, partly why that language was chosen.
So the main thing we want is if an incident happens on city property, we want to know that it happened. Alderman Masiacos.
Shall is used through the entire document. Which line item or line item?
It's only used one place that I've referred to. It's in the documentation portion of it.
So that's section 40-3.
And it's line 10.
Line 6.
And it's,
Six, okay.
you can read
All right.
from there, I think.
9 and 6.
Line
It's
6.
it's line 9 and 10.
Oh, I have,
Oh, between 9 and 10 now.
In the document
Okay.
from
All right, line
that
10.
was approved by
I don't know
RAP.
which document I have then.
No, you're fine.
It says, who shall as soon as practical.
Okay, because the motion doesn't
That's line
state.
7 in mine, but
No,
may have
okay,
changed.
there you go.
So
Which line item are we talking about here?
I think
So
the one
just-
that you're, that you
Hold on, let's
received-
have legal clarify.
yeah,
It's only in there once.
I want to be clear. So sitting at your seat when you sat down was a document that we prepared between the RAP committee meeting and the city the committee of the whole meeting. That is labeled Exhibit A, approved by RAP. So that document, this is the document that was, or this is the language that was approved by the RAP committee. So on the second page of that document, there's a section labeled 40-3, documentation. In about the 5th line. It's labeled line 9, but the 5th line of the paragraph there, it says, in violation of this chapter shall, as soon as practical, report to their supervisor, who shall, as soon as practical. So there's 2 shalls. My understanding of Alderman Smith's motion to amend is that she wishes both shalls to be changed to should.
Alderwoman Smith, is that accurate interpretation of your motion?
Well, the second shall has been put in there since the original
No.
came out. No, you are correct. The charter shall immediately report to their supervisor. I am only suggesting the portion that involves the employee.
Okay.
Which is the first shall, because that is saying that whomever is reporting, it's saying they shall immediately report to the chief, no, whatever, the mayor's
Mayor's
office.
office.
The second shall would occur afterwards from the, am I correct, from the
Supervisor to the-
supervisor, who shall immediately report it to the mayor's office. So not both shalls, just the shall after the word chapter. Well, I don't know.
It's
I'm
line
on
nine, it's line nine
line
on
nine,
the,
second to the last word.
Yep.
I've got
Approved by
5
RAP.
different copies here.
okay,
so-
does that answer your
All right.
question, Alderman
That's
Masiacos?
great. I mean, it's good to know which line item, because when I was in RAP committee, there was a paragraph completely added to line 23 on page 1, which pushes things down on page 2. So,
Agreed.
I think it's good to have the line item, so we're all on the same page, especially on the motion. So
Thank you for
very much.
clarifying the motion. Any other questions, Alderman Masiacos?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Alderman Franco.
I would suggest we don't use the word should. I would suggest we use, if we replace shall, we should use may or can.
That's
I
fine.
think should is a little bit strong too,
You-
because you're gonna have union employees that may have a problem with some of this, so I think it would be best to leave it up to the individual who knows to do the right thing to do that. Because should, even if you put shall in there, if you put shall in there, it's a mandate and they don't do it, what is the repercussions? What are you gonna do to that person? So that's really, it really
We
is
deal with that
irrelevant.
every day.
It's really irrelevant, to tell you the truth, because if somebody shall do it and they don't, are you gonna lock them up? Are you gonna give a
Well,
citation
they
to an
could
employee?
lose their job.
Point of
Right,
order.
yeah. So,
It's
so
Alderman
I'm,
Franco
that's
has
why
the
I'm
floor.
saying, if we're gonna put language in there, it has to make sense, and it has to be appropriate, can't violate union contracts, and people need to do the right thing. And if you're not gonna have a penalty for doing it, then it doesn't make sense to be as strong with that wording.
Okay.
That's what I would say. Now, a supervisor shall, because they're a supervisor, that's a little bit different, but I think going forward, I think the word can or may should be in there.
So, just to the motion and second is only to change the word shall to should.
shall. And I have
And that
one
is
more
the
thing
point
to
of
say, since
discussion.
it's my
And
motion.
no, I'm gonna have every alderperson speak. You've had the opportunity to explain your motion.
Well, they keep dumping
Alderman
on.
Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, the way that I'm reading this is not talking about specifically what employees have to do. It's not mandating that employees get involved in the situation. It's simply saying that they report it. If someone observes city-owned property being used by immigration enforcement, then they report it to their supervisor. Their supervisor reports it to the mayor's office, and the mayor's office is responsible for documenting. If we change this away from shall and make it weaker, then I think we are opening up the city to a possibility of an employee by the allowance in our ordinance to violate the Trust Act knowingly. And if we have shall in here and a suit is filed against the city, we can point to the ordinance and say, no, this was a violation. The city's policy was actually violated here. And then that would fall on the employee for violating the Trust Act. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Alderman Bug. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
ask the audience, please hold your applause. We appreciate your participation, but to move the meeting along, Alderman Bug.
Thank you. So, of course, we have different levels of meetings. This was discussed specifically at RAP earlier today. We had this motion earlier today. It was voted down. It was voted down 4-0 to 1. One person abstained. So basically, the reasoning on this, the aldermen and city employees, we have different things that we're held to. And the example I used, we all have a city email, and we have different rules that we must follow. It's not optional that we follow them, we must follow them. If we get some type of phishing attack, spam attack in your city email, you must report that to IT, or else somebody could take over the whole city in cybercrime. If someone breaks into a building, the alderman's office or another building, and you see that happening, you shall report that because you're a city employee and someone is breaking into the building. So we have different things that we're held to every single day as city employees and as elected officials. This one sentence says that you will observe. That's it. You will observe, and then as soon as practical, you'll let somebody know about it. You see something, you say something. Very simple. Not that you do something. We don't want you to go forward. We don't want you to go toward the action. Just want you to observe. That's it. Observe what's happening. And then at some point, relay that to the person who needs to know about it. So, yes, it does put a obligation on you to visualize what's going on and then let somebody know about it, but nothing further. And I think that language, and the committee decided that language needed to stay, a shall, because it gives it a proper reference on what will happen.
Thank you, Alderman Bug. I will give Alderwoman Smith a chance to rebut. It is her motion. Really quick housekeeping. Alderwoman Smith made the motion. I heard two people. I thought one was Alderman Franco on the second. So it was you originally seconded this motion. Got it. Just wanted to make sure for the clerk. Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak before we give Alderwoman Smith an opportunity to rebut? Alderwoman Smith?
So this isn't a motion I made for myself. I'm not a person that has to worry about this. I'm a white woman. I don't have to look over my shoulders, and I know many of you do. So I also know many of our employees do, or our employees have families that do. So I'm not looking out for me because it's not for me. This is for our staff. We have staff that has families that are walking around looking over their shoulders. And if we put our staff, if we are forcing our staff to do something that is not perhaps comfortable for their extended family, we could be causing problems for them. So it is a protection not only for people it's a protection for them too. So if you guys, I don't know how many employees you guys talk to, but I talked to multiple since we got this and had this conversation, and many of them aren't comfortable with this. So I'm looking out for our staff who are also part of this system. So let the vote be the vote, but that's my rationale for it. This is not for me, this is for our staff.
Okay, there's close the discussion on this motion. Since we're going to go word by word, it's going to be an even longer night than I thought. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on the motion to change the word in line 9 from shall to should.
Alderman Barrera?
No.
Alderwoman Garza?
No.
Alderman Masiacos?
No.
Alderman Nunez?
No.
Alderman Franco?
Yes.
Alderman Seville?
No.
Alderman Banuelos?
No.
Alderwoman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Bug?
No.
Alderwoman Bade?
Yes.
Alderman Larson?
No.
Alderman White?
No.
3 yes, 9 no.
This motion is defeated. The word shall currently will stay in the ordinance. Are there any other discussions, questions, or amendments to be made to the ordinance as it currently stands?
I have an amendment.
Alderman Larson, you have the
Thank
floor.
you. I have an amendment that's a little bit bigger, so I'm going to pass out printed out copies. Everyone can take one, including the clerk and legal counsel.
Do I get one?
Yeah.
If you need me to pass one now.
While we're doing that, I want to thank legal counsel for helping me write this.
Okay, proceed with your motion.
Should I read the changes?
I would move to amend the ordinance and then read the changes that you would like in per the amendment that you've offered to the members of the council.
Okay, yes, I will make a motion to amend the ordinance with the changes here. So the first change is under section 40-3 in the documentation section. We are changing this to have a part A and B. At the beginning, we are adding part A, except as provided in subsection 40-3, section B, comma, any, and then we continue. We also strike officer from the list. And then.
So that, to be clear, that is strike from section 40-3, line 3, strike the word officer.
Line 3, correct. And then down at line 16, we have a new part B here, which I will read. So B, any sworn officer who observes federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement must complete a written report documenting the nature of the activity within a 24-hour period following the incident. This report shall contain the following information if available. 1, date, time, and location of incident. 2, identity, credentials, badge numbers, and agency/agencies of federal agents or officers involved. 3, any supervisors of the federal agents or officers present. 4, the identity or description of anyone who is detained or arrested by federal civil immigration enforcement. 5, a description of the events observed, including any use of force, verbal commands, and restraint methods. And 6, whether a warrant was presented and the type of the warrant.
Second.
So there has been a motion to adopt what I will generally refer to as the Larson Amendment, and there's been a second by Alderman White. Discussion, questions, or discussion by the council. And then if you want to give a rationale really quick to open and explain to the council your rationale behind this, and then after conversations, it will give you a brief period to rebut, and then we'll move to a vote.
Thank you. Yes, so this is based loosely on something that was proposed in Elgin, I believe. So it's basically adding a duty to Aurora police officers to help out with a job that community members in the Aurora Rapid Response Team are already doing by documenting what ICE is doing, not getting involved, not impeding federal law enforcement. All of this is completely legal, but what we have seen is community members are being intimidated and threatened with violence, or violent acts are being committed to them simply for exercising their rights, such as recording. In Illinois, we have a right to record active law enforcement in public spaces as long as you maintain at least an arm's length of distance. And also, I believe there are federal court rulings that that require ICE to clearly identify themselves. They're not doing this. They're not identifying themselves to community members. In my understanding, ICE has more reliably been identifying themselves to law enforcement, and I think this is something that law enforcement can do to help out the community and keep people a little bit more separated when they do have the opportunity to witness this. And additionally, I believe that documentation that is done by police is going to hold up more strongly in court, especially with body-worn camera footage and any sort of written reports. So yeah, this is, I guess, with or without this amendment. I also want to clarify that this is not going to prevent ICE from breaking the law. They've been doing that all over the place, breaking laws at all levels of government. But I think this is something that we can do to utilize the resources that we have in the police department and hopefully build better trust between the community and our police officers.
Okay, thank you for explaining the rationale. Any members of the council that have questions for Alderman Larson's or want to express support or opposition to the
I have a question.
Alderman Franco.
I'd like to run this by APD because there may be some situations with contractually with them and their officers, and I don't know if APD is prepared to answer, but, you know, because we just got it tonight, but I would want to have them chime in because there may be a
Sure.
reason we can or cannot do it.
First, Alderman Larson, have you had the opportunity to speak with APD about this amendment?
I've not had a conversation, but I did direct the bullet points when I submitted this to legal counsel. I did have that sent over to APD.
Okay. Deputy Chief Stemmett.
Hi, Deputy Chief Stemmett. Is there a specific question?
Well, I just want to know, if we put this wording in there, is this a violation, a contradiction, anything to do with the contract or an officer's duties? Because we don't want to put a burden on them that we can't do, because we already have it in here that officers will report to the supervisor. There is a vehicle to get that information on. So is this verbiage something that can be done legally and resource-wise?
So I think
Do you need, since we haven't given you, do you need a copy of this?
That would be helpful.
It's red at the bottom. Oh, you want to use mine?
First, let me ask Alderman Larson a clarifying question. Is this specific to city-owned property, or are you suggesting that the police do this citywide?
Yes, I believe this would only pertain to citywide property as outlined previously in the ordinance.
So if it is specific to the city-owned property, I think this is something similar to what we would already do, is take a police report. The matter is going to come down to the cooperation that we receive from ICE. Okay, we can go and we can attempt to ask them for their names, their badge numbers, and things like that. That does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that they'll give it to us. My other concern is having the resources to do it. I can tell you that personally I've been involved in a conversation with the Deputy Director of ICE in the Chicago Field Division, and we've asked them personally not to use our property for these types of briefings, myself and Chief Thomas. Again, as the mayor stated, with the supremacy clause, they don't have to listen to us. As far as documenting and the things that you're asking for, I personally don't know what kind of cooperation we would get with people furnishing their names, their badge numbers, the supervisors' names, the arrestees' names, but we can ask. I would caution the council and the community, for that matter, that this is going to put our officers on scene longer, and we have seen numerous times the position that puts our officers in. We currently have one of our hero officers of 25 years who has a petition going around for him to lose his job because he shook hands with an ICE agent who extended an arm to him, much like we shake hands with other members of our community. So I just caution that the time spent to kind of gather that information to put into a report may cause these events to be prolonged, may put our officers in a position where now what they're there for could even be miscommunicated more. But if it's on city property, we can always ask for the information and then document it properly.
So just to clarify also, I know the answer to this, but so the rest of the council, we have had instances where our officers have asked for that identification. Is that correct?
We have, yeah. But again, they don't have to give it to us.
Correct. And is your intent, so this only applies to city property, and I would assume only applies when the police are called, because the ordinance as a whole doesn't require the city staff to contact the police, but it might happen if, you know, somebody is out at Public Works, that they might first reach out and call APD as they attempt to document this.
Yeah, and my understanding is usually ICE is in and out in a pretty short period of time. It might not be enough time for police to respond in every situation. But
So I have the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt,
No,
but
you're good.
I do have the same concern, that if it's in the ordinance and an officer doesn't catch it or doesn't see it, that our officers aren't called into question for not following the ordinance. All these matters, as far as the police are concerned, may be better suited to be handled in our policy, and that's something that we could work with legal on rather than amending the ordinance, but again, that's your call.
And just.
We have been having those conversations.
Yeah, just so the council's aware, this has been an ongoing conversation with the APD. There have been some drafts of some changes to SOPs that have been floated around and training bulletins. You know, I think that the advantage of having it in the, the standard operating procedures, for those unfamiliar with the term, but having it in the SOPs or in training bulletins, it makes it a little more flexible. Obviously the council's meeting schedule is, set in advance, and if we want to amend the ordinance because something has become impossible or something should be added or deleted, that's a lengthy process. And by moving this type of, exactly what they're collecting on a report, that can be changed with changing the report and sending out a training bulletin. That can be done very quickly, so the police can be fairly nimble about it. I did, talk to command staff about Alderman Larson's amendments when these were sent over, and I think that it's my impression, correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Chief, but it's my understanding that these are all things that are already collected in a regular course of doing a report. This is not really new information that we would be gathering. One point that I wanted to make, though, and I apologize, I want to apologize to Deputy Chief Stemmet. It was suggested that on line 16 of Alderman Larson's amendment, that the language "any sworn officer" be changed to the primary officer, because when, and Deputy Chief, interrupt if I'm wrong, but when a number of officers respond to a scene, not everyone writes a report. It's the primary officer, and then supplemental reports are done. And that way it would be more, if this is adopted, having it as the primary officer who or the primary sworn officer, however you want to word it, having that in there would be more consistent with how the police handle reporting at this time.
Any other questions or discussions on this motion for the council? Alderwoman Bade.
I have a question. Why is this being presented to us at the last minute? We are not getting enough time to even discuss. This should have come to wrap.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Because this is Alderman Larson's amendment, and he can present it when he wants to present it.
Okay, but is there a reason this was presented to us now and we never got a chance to review it with anybody before this? And we may not have complete information right now, what we want to think and process and ask. So that's why I'm asking. This is too much, especially like the identity or description of anyone who's detained or arrested by federal civil immigration enforcement. Who gets to see this information? Is it being recorded by the city's chief of staff too?
So it would be recorded by, queried for by the police. Should the police get the information, they would include it in their report, and then that would be included as we document a whole report, including video, to the Illinois Accountability Commission. And then the city would let them handle it in a court of law or do what they're going to do with it.
So the police officer will collect this information and send it to chief of staff, and chief of staff will work with IWA. They will...
Not with IWA, with the Illinois Accountability Commission, which is put together by the governor recently.
Okay, and if they have the information, they have a choice, or if they don't get the information, there is nothing in the document saying if the supervisor doesn't provide the information, what are the repercussions for the police officer?
So I think that and Alderman Larson, this is your amendment, so I don't know if maybe I got it wrong or something, but my understanding is that the issue with the Part A, where the employee is reporting to their supervisor, where it goes to chief of staff, is separate than Part B. That's a separate thing. So the Part B that's being proposed requires the police to document in a report, okay? And that's only if the information's available. The police already have, as part of their policies and procedures, they document such information. the question, do we want to put it in an ordinance, which requires the police officers to engage in further questioning and engage further with immigration enforcement. As for what happens to that report, the language in the ordinance doesn't actually address that, and I'm less concerned about what happens to it because police reports have very strict rules on what you do with them afterwards. So they get a number, they're part of the evidence that is gathered in any sort of law enforcement activity. People can FOIA it, there's a process for that FOIA, so certain information is redacted. It can be subpoenaed by other agencies. It can be shared among other law enforcement agencies. It can be used in court. There's a lot of things that happen with police reports as it is, and all this does is create a report that would be in the same system. And so the way this is drafted, it doesn't add anything new to how they already handle reports, because frankly, that would make a paperwork nightmare that I am not willing to shove on them. So I think that I just want to be clear that this is a police report like everything else that they report on. And they have their own policies and procedures on how that's handled.
Alderman Seville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question of Alderman Larson. Were you aware of this policy that you're proposing to adopt in the ordinance itself? Was our city policy already that this was in fact what they were doing?
I don't think it's officially policy.
Well, she's just
I think that I don't want to misrepresent, and maybe Deputy Chief can explain. The information that's being requested in this is standard. This is all standard information. There's nothing in here that is particularly earth-shattering in a police report. I think that requiring it for every interaction with civil immigration that happens on our property, that would be a new requirement, but that can be handled through the SOPs in the department, or it can be handled as an ordinance. It's either way, but the list of information, the 1 through 6, wherever we're at, the 1 through 6 that's in here, that's pretty standard information. None of that is really.
Well, it just sounds like what you're presenting and what the Deputy Chief had said, that we're already doing this.
I think what corporate counsel is accurately explaining is that we're not actually already doing this because there's not an ordinance right now that prevents ICE from using our property. So if there were an ordinance that was passed by you all that would prevent them from using city property, then if we were to take a police report on those incidents, that information that Alderman Larson is suggesting would be included in that police report to the best of our ability to gain it from them.
Okay. Alderman Masiacos. Does that conclude your question, sir?
Yes.
Alderman Masiacos.
Thank you, Mayor. I sat in RAP earlier today. This is very fast-moving. Words are important. I just go back to real quickly what was said here, just about a handshake. Correct me if I'm wrong before I continue speaking. You are our police officers are considered peace officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's not just an issue of people who are concerned about ICE. It's also respecting and protecting people who there is a person in the 3rd Ward, police department knows about it, who is pro-ICE. And they're putting their life in danger as well, because now their car's been tagged very badly with spray paint. The side of their building's been tagged as well because of their efforts. So I would expect the police department to be a peace officer first and foremost. And then secondly, when I look at what legislation's been approved in RAP, the first line on page 2 of what was provided for us before we sat down says impose a duty of care. So we're not trying to impose a duty of care on anyone. That's come out of RAP already, which includes the police department. So if we're starting to get involved, which I think is the duty of care, I think it would probably be best if we take it back to RAP, if that's where we're going here, to understand all these words it's not just one word, shall or shall not. This is a fair amount of things that start describing a specific agency in our city. Moving forward with this, I think I feel comfortable. I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward with it, especially knowing we have city council right after this. Like one of my colleagues here, I'd love to know where the police chief stands in this as well. Maybe even our some sentiments from our police department, our rank and file. So I'm not ready to move forward with this as it is. If we're going to add this amendment, I was comfortable moving forward with what was presented here from RAP. And after the First Amendment, in regards to shall or shall not, I'm not ready to move forward yet because I think there has a lot more implications here, this entire document addition, because even the document addition doesn't carry what's been approved by RAP. It's before us today. So that's about all I'm going to say right now for this, Mayor.
Understood. Anybody else, members of the council with questions, comments?
Oh, Mayor.
Alderman White.
One clarifying question for Alderman Larson. I see the first sentence in the section B, line 16. Any sworn officer who observe federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement. So when you say observes, I've also heard conversation that officers would be called to report. So with this amendment, is it meaning if an officer is present during the time they report, or they fill out the proper documentation, or is it calling an officer to then report?
So, I'm sorry, do you want to answer it, or do you want
You might be saying the same thing.
Okay.
My assumption is that it would apply under either circumstance. They would be observing it if they happen to, for example, if ICE is staging in APD's parking lot, there's probably going to be police officers there to see it without getting called. But if they get called, then it would be the same situation.
All I was going to add is that if they're responding to a call, there's already stuff generated. There's a CAD file. You know, there's.
Okay.
Can I just interject one thing, and this may be a point of clarification for the alderman too. A police officer may be in a position where they observe what they suspect is ICE while they're en route to another emergency call. I don't think anyone is suggesting that he has to stop that duty then so there could be an inability for an officer, even though he observes it, to not be able to follow up and get the information that's requested. So that's a concern, and these are all things that we could address in policy if we had the time. Another question would be, it just specifies a sworn officer. We have sworn officers that are off duty in the city, that live in the city, that are in the city all the time. Would they still be mandated in this incident to follow up with that? That's a concern that I would have.
So real quick, we have already heard that you would like the words "any sworn" changed to the primary officer. What would you recommend in staying who observes while responding to a call on city property?
I would say, first of all, an on-duty sworn officer, and then who observes and has the ability to stop and ascertain the information that the alderman is requesting. Because, if we have an officer who's en route to an accident with injuries and they drive past a city-owned parking lot and ICE seems to be gathering there, they're not going to be able to stop and get that information at the time. So if possible, if you could put that in there in some fashion, I think that would clarify.
So any further new comments, thoughts, questions? I have that down. This motion could be amended tonight. It could be voted on up or down, and there's a number of things that could happen. Your motion could go back to RAP. It could be voted on tonight, but if there's no new discussion or concerns, Alderman Bug?
Yeah, thank you, officer, for being here and answering these questions. We're a little bit at the behest of the Veterans Day holiday, because normally we don't have a city council meeting right after committee of the whole, so it's just bad timing, I guess. But so explain to us, if this were to pass the original legislation, okay, and an officer was called to Phillips Park, we know that there was some situations there earlier. Yeah, what would you already document, because you're on duty sworn officer? You got a 911 call or some type of call. What would you already document without us changing anything?
You're saying without Alderman Larson's addition to the proposed ordinance?
Yes.
So if we look at a situation like we've had in town, whether it's on New York Street, where we had an event over there where an ICE agent's car window was broken, we were there. We document what our actions are, what our observations are in that instance. We had another one at Copley Hospital. We were called there by the hospital, by others, and we document what our involvement is, what we do on the scene. So the additional part, as it pertains to city property, would be trying to get as much information that we could get from the ICE agents. Again, not being able to even guess on their cooperation with that. We could ask the questions, and then that stuff would be an added part to our report. At this point, we're not, collecting warrant information or badge numbers or license plates of vehicles of federal agents, things like that.
Okay. And in that scenario, you're there at the scene. Could you, and not even asking the agents, but can you elicit as much information as you can from your body cameras?
Well, yeah, so our body cameras would pick up, faces or vehicles that may be in use. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna see everything we see, right?
Okay.
But if they don't present their credentials, though, then that won't be captured.
Well, then do you put that in the report? I mean, I don't know, like, after an incident, like your time frame, like you could go back and look at your body cam footage to help out your report. I don't know.
Yeah, so if it's an incident where we're taking a report, our body camera footage gets tagged, is what we call it, and then it's maintained for X amount of years, depending on the type of report that it is.
Okay, but you don't normally go back and say if that body camera footage caught a license plate or caught other information that you were not able to, and maybe don't even want to, go up and ask, because it might escalate a situation instead of de-escalating, which is what we want.
Right.
Do you have the ability to take that information off the body camera within, I mean, this says 24 hours. I don't know if that's even feasible.
Yeah, our officers can review their body-worn camera to find evidence of, if they're on a crime or anything where they think that the body-worn camera may have captured something that they didn't, or if they want to get some specifics about that, they can review their footage and add that to their report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the spirit of this, but I think if we pass the ordinance as is, I believe the police, to the best of their ability, will be documenting this to the best of their ability. Anyway, because we passed ordinance and now it's quote unquote the law. Of course, we don't want to put our officers in the situation where it is going to escalate, make things worse for everyone involved. Citizens who are bystanders, I think a lot of times they're focused on keeping those people safe. Maybe they might be standing not far from ICE and see them and those things, but usually the focus is keeping people safe. And that's part of, not part of, that is our goal, is to keep people safe. So like I said, I agree with the spirit of this. I'm not sure it would add a lot to what the officers are already going to do. And We, of course, need to be cognitive of keeping our officers safe, too, so.
Thank you, Alderman Bug. Can I ask a quick question, Deputy Chief Stemmet?
Yes.
If this were, I've heard two concerns, but the primary concern is that, you know, what you'd like to see is some sort of standard operating procedures, which you're already working with legal on. Anyway, if this was amended to read, you know, starting with section B, and I'll let you hand you my document, to task the Aurora Police Department to adopt standard operating procedures that require the primary officer who observes and has the ability to respond to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement must complete a written report, blah, 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 blah.
Again, and only on city property events, right?
We could add that on city property as well. But would that, all it's really requiring you to do would be to adapt standard operating procedures, which you're already underway in doing. That is similar to the rest of the ordinance, which requires the chief of staff or now the mayor's office to create procedures for the rest of city staff to report incidents when ICE is on our property. Do you understand the intent or what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think regardless of if the ordinance is amended or not, we could develop policies that would accomplish the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can move to amend you can amend a motion as well. Any other questions on the original motion?
Here, real quick.
Alderman, is there anybody that's not spoken? Alderman Masiacos.
You did mention earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're bringing in another non-for-profit organization into Aurora who will be collecting this data, correct?
They won't have the authority, they won't be interacting and probably have the kind of cooperation to get the identification. They're there largely to document and then help us with a long list of other items related to immigration enforcement.
Okay, all right.
Alderman Barrero.
Mayor Lash, my question is, how often has this happened where ICE has been on city property? How many occurrences do we know about?
I mean, I only know about what I know about, but there has been at least two where there were briefings at the police department that we became aware of. Well, I should say there was one last week. There was another incident early on, several months ago, where they actually asked to use our community room to have a briefing, and we declined them, as that would have been a clear violation of the Trust Act. So as far as actual incidents where it's happened, I'm only aware of one. I'm sure there are more.
Okay, I feel comfortable with us going through the standard operating procedures through APD staff and let them, you know, work on it that way.
Are you suggesting amending Alderman Larson's motion, or are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting I'm going to vote no.
Understood. Any other comments or questions? Alderman Larson, would you like to amend your motion or withdraw, or like to see it voted on up or down?
If there are amendments that I guess the amendments that were mentioned about sworn officer being active or I guess on duty primary officer, what other amendments were, or amendments to the amendment were written down.
So the language I read
Right.
was to change section B to task the Aurora Police Department to adopt standard operating procedures that require the primary officer who is on duty and observes and has the ability to respond to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement.
I will amend my motion to adopt that language.
Second. Second by Alderman Seville. Okay. I suppose I should have discussion on this item. Is there any discussion, or do we want to move to a vote? Does the clerk need to see this? So there's a motion and a second.
I think we need to restate.
Do you
what
want me
the
to
motion
restate
is.
it?
Yeah, restate it,
Okay.
yeah.
So section B would read, to task the Aurora Police Department to adopt standard operating procedures that require the primary officer who is on duty and observes and has the ability to respond to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement on City of Aurora property must complete a written report documenting the nature of the activity within a 24-hour period following the incident.
So,
Does the rest of that language remain then?
And then the rest of the language would remain, and then they would adopt procedures and come back that may or may not comply, and we can adjust the amendment after that. Yep. City property.
no, change, so instead of on city property, change that to conducting civil immigration enforcement in violation of this chapter.
In violation of this chapter.
Because not all city property is included. We can't prevent them from driving on streets.
I'm going to read it one more time. Okay, Section B, Section 40-3, Documentation B, to task the Aurora Police Department to adopt standard operating procedures that require the primary officer who is on duty and observes and has the ability to respond to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement in violation of this chapter must complete a written report documenting the nature of the activity within a 24-hour period following the incident. How'd I do?
So why are we starting with a verb? I'm sorry, I'm just, two tasks. I know, I'm just trying to make this make sense, and it's not a sentence. How about the Aurora Police Department shall adopt standard operating procedures?
Why don't I do this? Have you typed it all out?
I think so, I don't know.
Why don't I let corporate counsel take a
Okay.
minute?
Okay, so, I'm sorry, it wasn't a sentence, and so I was trying to make it into a sentence. Let's see how I did. All right, the Aurora Police Department shall adopt standard operating procedures to require the primary sworn officer on duty who observes and has the ability to respond
To federal agents.
to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement in violation of this chapter. To complete a written report documenting the nature of the activity within a 24-hour period following the incident. Are we keeping the rest or deleting everything else?
I would imagine the rest would follow as in the amendment that I initially proposed.
So you want to keep the rest in there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, did I read it accurately, Alderman Larson?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone need me to reread it? Yep, okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here, and then, okay. So the amended language, Part B, the Aurora Police Department shall adopt standard operating procedures to require the primary sworn officer on duty who observes and has the ability to respond to federal agents or officers conducting civil immigration enforcement in violation of this chapter to complete a written report documenting the nature of the activity within a 24-hour period following the incident, period. This report shall contain the following information, if available, colon, and then listing those 6 items.
Is that the intent, Alderman Larson?
Yes.
Would you like to make a motion to amend your original motion?
Yes, I will make.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll let legal go in.
So, I think it'd be easier if you
Withdrew.
just withdrew your original motion, made this motion, and then let's get a second.
Yes,
and
I
we can
will
vote.
withdraw my initial motion and submit a new motion to adopt the language that was just provided.
Second.
Motion's been made by Alderman Larson, second by Alderman Benuelos.
Mayor Lash, I have a question.
Alderman White.
So by including that the police officers will adopt standard operating procedures, by including that in the ordinance, does that mean those procedures then need to come before council?
No.
No, they'll just
Okay.
adapt it. They've already been working already.
Yeah, okay.
And the other reality is, as the deputy chief made out, they may not give us any of this information when they do it. It just says that they're going to adopt a procedure.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. Alderman Seville?
Yes. The verbiage following the mayor's friendly amendment. I have a question of the Corporation Council. Do we actually need everything after that?
No. I mean, frankly, the way I would, and this is part of it, is I would say the Aurora Police Department shall adopt procedures in order to document when, when they observe or respond to civil immigration enforcement in violation of this chapter. I would simplify it completely and just put it on them. They need to adopt procedures. I think they've heard the council on what the council expects those procedures to look like. I don't know that, it's kind of, do you want to put that all in the police department to create their own procedures, or do you want to retain that authority? That's really the issue.
Yeah, that's an amendment that I can support, Mayor.
I don't know which
Okay.
one you're.
The one,
you're talking about.
the one that the mayor proposed and what you just, you answered my question.
I answered the, okay, all right.
So you would like the part where it says this report shall contain the following information if available, and then the date, time, and so forth?
Yeah, and amended like the Corporation Council was saying. Correct. And stop.
Okay, so just so we're clear on what motions and what we're voting on, that's different than what Alderman Larson has moved for, and we have a second.
Exactly.
So why don't we deal with
Do you have
Larson's amendment and then?
Do you have an objection to withdrawing your motion one more time and just reading it again to limit it to get second and more council support?
I mean.
Or do you want to see it go down on a vote and we can re-amend, try not to be here all night?
Yeah, I think with these points, we're setting minimum requirements for those standard operating procedures, so I would be fine taking this to a vote, and if it fails, we can, someone can make a motion for the amendment that Alderman Seville mentioned.
That's fine.
Fair enough. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? So we've added some amendatory language. What's that? Okay, any members of the council unclear about what we're voting on?
Not clear.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Bug.
this is just a question for, I believe, Alderman White. You made the second, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
No, it was.
Benuelos did.
I made the initial, the original second, and then it.
Alderman Seville
moved
made
on
the
from
second.
there.
Okay.
Second. Oh, Alderman Benuelos made the last second, sorry.
Okay. To expedite this, if you withdrew your second, this motion could come to an end, and then Alderman Seville could make his motion now.
I withdraw my second.
Okay. Do you want to make another motion?
Well, I don't
for-
have the language before me, so
Why don't we-
yes, I would so move.
No.
Why don't we clarify what we're voting on?
Okay, yeah, so I'm trying to get it so we can put it on the screen, frankly. So John, if you're over there, John Zahul,
He's over there.
Can you put this on, do you want me to send it to you? Do you want to do it so I can project the screen?
Can we just get it on for the next meeting?
Is that?
All right,
So we have it clear?
I'm working on it, I'm just. Oops.
just reading it. Do you want to just read the motion, have her read it, and
I'm sorry.
have her read it? If, I think to expedite, instead of trying to get this up on
Okay,
screen,
I'm
just,
sorry, I'm
can,
just-
can maybe we can ask corporate counsel one more time to just read the language that is generally agreed upon as a motion, get a second, and move this on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm doing it as I'm working here, and I apologize. Okay.
Mayor, if
So-
I may, for a little bit, if it helps clarify things a little bit, I think we should vote on what's presented by RAP. Let's move forward to committee, city council. Let legal figure out how to write this thing, or whatever it is. Now we'll call it the Seville Amendment, that he's trying to figure out what it is too. Sorry, no offense, Mike, but I'm trying to figure it out. I'm confused now with all these amendments. So can we just do that? I mean, whoever put the motion forward or not, can we just start this process moving forward? We're sitting here waiting. I'd love to take a break maybe for 5 minutes, go to the men's room. And I don't want to leave here and make the community think that I don't care. I'm just walking out on them. I mean, it's just,
Well, an option is to put it on unfinished business, allow corporate counsel to come up with language, amend it at the city council.
so,
Or if you want to take a 5-minute break, because we have been sitting up here for 4 hours, I can draft it, we can get it on the screen.
Do we not
and
have
then
a
everyone
closed session after this?
We have closed session
And then
after
we
this.
have a regular city council meeting. Well, then we should put this on unfinished, because it doesn't make sense not to. Then we can continue on, take a break, and do everything in a systematic order. Right now, it's chaos.
Agreed.
Yes.
Actually, it's been pretty organized so far. I think doing a good job.
I've tried to make it organized.
Okay, so there is currently a ordinance that has been adopted without Alderman Larson's amendment. There's currently an ordinance that came through RAP, made some subtle changes or attempted changes. We can move that to unfinished business and continue this in city council, which would give corporate counsel an opportunity to draft the language, make the motion at city council, and move forward.
I make a motion, we move to
couple of-
unfinished.
I had a couple of things, if that can be added. It's not amendment. They were discussed at RAP, and I still see those words here. So should I talk to her
Yep.
or?
Yep. We can talk
Right now,
briefly.
or-
No, let's move on, because we do have to go into closed session. We have a long night still ahead of us.
Talk to me at the end of this.
In between? Okay, thank you.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
We have to go back to this.
So this item will be moved, 250898 will be moved to unfinished business. We have one more item on.
You got it, it's the 833.
Yep.
All right.
250906, a motion to modify the voluntary reduction in force plan, VRIF, to applicable bargaining units.
That needs to go to unfinished. And this we didn't get consent on.
Okay, so agenda item 250906, to modify the VRIF, will be discussed in executive session. This will also be added to unfinished business for the Aurora City Council meeting. We are in need of a closed session pursuant to the following section of the open, go ahead.
Closed session for Cal?
He said he has to go back into this.
The clerk, real quick, we have one more item. The clerks, they've done research, because Alderman Masiacos during the Finance Committee, it was asked, an ordinance amending section 2-65 of the Code of Ordinances 250833 pertaining to aldermanic initiative funds does indeed need to go on the consent agenda. Do you want to, we'll read it just so we know what we're doing here.
Okay, we are returning back to item 250833, an ordinance amending Section 2-65 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to aldermanic initiative funds. A vote actually has to be taken on this item, so we need to either put it on consent or not.
Consent.
No further questions. This item will be added to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yep. And then the VRIF was also added to unfinished business.
Unfinished, yeah.
We are in need of a closed session pursuant to the following section of the Open Meeting Act, Section 2C2, to discuss collective negotiation matters, and Section 2C11 to discuss litigation. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session and thereafter
Second.
adjourn this committee of the whole meeting with no further action or public business to take place for the purpose of this meeting? A motion was made by Alderman Franco, second by Alderwoman Garza. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Barrero?
Yes.
Alderwoman Garza?
Yes.
Alderman Masiacos?
Yes.
Alderman Nunez?
Yes.
Alderman Franco?
Yes.
Alderman Seville?
Yes.
Alderman Benuelos?
Yes.
Alderman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Bug?
Yes.
Alderwoman Babe?
Yes.
Alderman Larson?
Yes.
Alderman White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. We will enter into closed section. Just so the council is aware, we're going to go to the third floor for executive session.
No, we're doing it here.
In the conference room?
Yes, that's what everyone told me this.
Okay. So we're going to go into the conference room.
Closed session in Calvin.
And take 5 minutes and meet in closed session at 9:15. And so the public is aware what's going on. We have 2 matters to discuss in closed session. We'll come out. We will return to the regular city council meeting, which much of what we already talked about will be adopted if it moved onto the consent agenda, and if it is on unfinished business, will be further discussed, debated, or move forward. Thank you.